And good morning and welcome to the Clearwater County Interim Council meeting for March 25th, 2025. All public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any written or verbal information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 41. I'll now call the council meeting to order at 9 a.m. We have an agenda before us. Looking for a motion to adopt today's agenda. Councillor Lougheed? Thank you. All those in favor? That motion's carried. Moving on then to item 4.1 is the public hearing for bylaw. Oh, sorry, I did skip that. I always do that. Thank you. For regular council meeting minutes from March 11th. Any errors or omissions? Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I actually just have a question with regards to 7.1, resolution number 1632025. That was with regards to my motion as per Rule 016 that we request a review of decision regarding the Caroline solar installation. I don't recall actually accepting the friendly amendment that it goes to legal prior to us sending a review, but the motion comes up that way. Just looking for some clarity on the process to change that to my motion that I made, or is it moot because the time is up already on this particular issue?
Ms. C.O. Emmons?
If that wasn't in the motion, Councillor Melhoff, it can be amended. Just the intent is always to reflect what council motioned, so.
Thank you. My concern though is that if we change the motion back to the one that I had made, that then the direction in the motion will not have been achieved or is achievable at all by administration. So what happens then?
So there's 5 resolutions. Which one are you looking specifically?
163-2025.
022563. Okay. Ms. Haight?
Good morning. Just to maybe add some clarity, at the time that motion was made, there was a friendly amendment made. There was no debate on that amendment.
I rebutted it and debated it. Absolutely.
Okay. And then when the chair called the question, after the motion had been read back as it was amended, there was no objection to that amended motion, and the vote was taken and it was passed. Now, with that being said, as CAO Emmons mentioned, if council so wishes, they can have a motion to reconsider that previous motion, and if that motion passes, to reconsider, and then that motion is made again and a vote taken, or if that motion is amended and then a vote taken and it's passed, that's council's desire.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, just to be clear on the steps, the first thing is motion to reconsider. And then if that passes, then the original motion is on the floor. And then if it's desired that that motion is to be amended, a motion to amend the original motion. And if that passes, then the amended motion is voted on.
Okay.
If I may, Reeve, we are discussing this very topic of this motion later in the agenda today, correct? Yes. Okay. Then for ease of process, we can adopt these minutes, and we can debate it later in the meeting today.
Or may I suggest that we just table this item until after that item has come up, and we can have further discussion with that?
That sounds like a great plan. That sounds like I'll make the motion to table.
Okay, thank you. Motion to table the meeting minutes from March 11th. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's motion's carried. Thank you. Now moving on to item 4.1 is our public hearing for application to amend the land use bylaw for bylaw 25/005. I'll call the public hearing to order at 9:05. Now the outline of the process to be used. First, everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when it's told their turn, shall identify themselves, their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent. Breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. First, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. At any time, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. Then, anyone who is present and whom is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. The applicant will have the last word and respond to any issues raised previously. So, at this point in time, we will begin as there are no new delegates, I will turn it over to Ms. Gillum to outline the background for the application, please.
Thank you. Bob, I don't know if you want to sit up here. This is for Rutherford. Yeah, sorry, just wanted to
Okay.
have him available.
Oh, very good. We'll need an extra chair. Okay. Yep. Okay. Perhaps we can just do a quick round of introductions then, just to get started. So, thank you for joining us. Okay, go ahead.
Good to see you again. Jenny Melhoff, Councillor for Ward 1.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed, Councillor, Ward 3.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Ward 6.
Good morning, Ward 7 Councillor and Reid, Michelle Swanson.
Good morning, George Northcott, Councillor for Ward 4.
Good morning, welcome. Neil Radcliffe, Ward 5 Councillor.
Good morning, Barbara Gibson, Councillor.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CAO.
Good morning, Kim Gillum, Manager of Planning.
Morning, Heather Rutherford, property owner.
Roy Rutherford, property owner.
And Bob Hagsma, the Rutherford's representative.
Thank you. So with that, Ms. Gillum, I'll let you outline the application.
Okay. Bear with me as this is not my file, but I am filling in for Dustin today. So Heather Rutherford currently holds title to the Northeast 1036 of 7, containing 76.61 acres of land. The subject land is designated agriculture district. Subject property is located approximately 12 kilometers west of the village of Hamlet of Caroline. The applicant, Bob Hagsma of High Country Surveys, has made application on behalf of the landowners to redesignate 20 acres of the land located in the northwest portion of the subject property from the agriculture district to the CR district. The applicant has applied for an additional 2.22 acres to go from A to institutional for MR designation. The remaining 54 acres of the subject land would remain in the agriculture district. Pending the successful adoption of the land use amendment, the draft outline plan, the applicant will proceed with an application for subdivision to create separate title to 6 CR parcels as a traditional multi-lot subdivision. The proposed CR lots will range in size from 2.83 acres to 3.59 acres. One additional 2.22 acre lot is proposed to be institutional for MR land. The resolution to adopt the draft outline plan will be considered after the public hearing is held for this bylaw, but prior to consideration of second and third reading for bylaw 25/005. The subject lands slope gently with the high point located in the northwest corner to the lowest point being located in the southeast corner. There is a bench that runs along the southern edge of the proposed parcel boundaries. The bench bends gently to the north of the proposed east boundary of Lot 7 and connects with Clearwater Heights Drive halfway between the proposed east boundary of Lot 7 and the east boundary of the remaining subject lands. Lot 4 within the proposed multi-lot residential subdivision is developed with a residence, garage, shop, and a few ancillary buildings, and is where the landowner resides. Lot 4 is serviced with a water well and septic tank and field. The area to be redesignated is sparsely treed with small spruce and brush. The remainder of the subject property is to the south of the bench is heavily treed with mature spruce and poplar. The remainder of the subject property south of the bench also contains 2 natural drainage channels running generally from west-east. At its closest point, the land to be redesignated is located approximately 350 meters north of the northerly bank of the Clearwater River. The north half of the Northeast 1036-7 contains the Clearwater Heights multi-lot residential subdivision, a 29 residential lot subdivision created in 1981. The elevation of land being redesignated is generally the same as the elevation of the existing multi-lot subdivision. Access to the 4 of the proposed CR parcels, lots 2, 3, 4, and 5, will be obtained by way of 4 new proposed approaches off of a new service road connecting to an existing internal subdivision road, Clearwater Heights Drive. Access to the proposed lots 6 and 7 will be obtained by way of a joint approach off Clearwater Heights Drive. Access to the remainder of the subject lands will be obtained by way of a new approach as well. The applicants are proposing to amend the land use bylaw to accommodate the subdivision and development of a multi-lot subdivision. It is the landowner's intent to sell 5 of the CR parcels and the remainder of the subject property. As per Clearwater County policy, the applicant has provided a draft outline plan for council to review. The outline plan addresses the following: description of the lands, Clearwater County policies that support the development, roads and access, municipal reserve, protection of natural features, open house feedback, and various maps, including contours and elevations. At the request of administration, the applicant hosted an open house with adjacent landowners on October 19th, 2024. Some of the concerns that were brought forward during the open house were trespassing concerns from people trying to access the river, the extension of Clearwater Heights Drive across Alford Creek on the east side of the existing subdivision, views being obstructed by the new residences, construction noise, tree removal. The outline plan addresses how the applicant responded to the above-mentioned concerns. Surrounding land uses are mostly residential, with a few agricultural parcels and 1 institutional parcel. The attached package provides more detail on the proposed development. And then obviously they're here to speak to the application as well. So we've included a variety of policies, including MDP policies related to protecting surface water and groundwater resources, riparian lands, hazard lands, environmentally significant areas, subdivision and development of agricultural lands, general residential development considerations, buffering and traditional multi-lot residential subdivision policies, but they're required to be the access to the proposed subdivision has to be within 1 mile of a paved highway or county road. The proposed subdivision cannot be within half a mile of an area considered by the county to be a surface resource extraction area. It is supposed to have an outline plan or an ASP, and the proposed development area shall be accessed by minimal approaches. And then some additional subdivision and the number of parcels allowed in a quarter section, legal and physical access, and location of those parcels, and then water and wastewater considerations as well. And then the variety of 14.2.3 plans to support proposed redesignation or subdivision. Things to consider: site suitability, design and density, impacts on natural capital, effects on land uses in the vicinity, road access, traffic impacts, etc. And then in addition, a variety of studies can be required for the subdivision: geotechnical, traffic impact, water supply, wastewater, stormwater, environmental assessments. So, policy considerations. The redesignation of the proposed land is to allow for the creation of 6 CR parcels and 1 institutional parcel to be designated as municipal reserve. There will be legal and physical access to the proposed parcels and the remainder of the quarter section. Clearwater County may require that the environmentally significant areas to the south of the bench are protected by an environmental reserve easement. The quality of the land to be redesignated is considered to be severe land. Staff do not anticipate the proposal would negatively impact adjacent farming activities in the area. The applicants have provided an outline plan to support the land use amendment application. The proposed subdivision is within 1.6 kilometers or 1 mile of a paved highway. The proposed subdivision is not located within half a mile of an area considered by the county to be a surface resource extraction area or any known surface resource extraction area. The 6 proposed parcels and the land being dedicated as MR and a portion of the remainder of the subject land appear to be developable land. Administration recommends that Clearwater County Council require that the applicant to have prepared and submitted by a qualified professional the following: a water supply study addressing domestic use and fire supply, a wastewater servicing study, a stormwater management plan, and a hydrology report that determines the flooding hazard of the proposed parcels. And we just included the process for review of the outline plan and adoption there below. And then, of course, the outline plan is attached for council's review. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now ask council if you have any questions for the development officer at this time. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. The land being proposed to go to institutional district,
Yes.
is there a way to put caveats, et cetera, to ensure that the other things that are allowed in the institutional district will not be allowed on that? Because once you zone it institutional, then there's permitted uses that are allowed in that district, because we can't really zone it MR, so.
No, but it is designated MR with land titles, and per the MGA,
Okay.
there's very limited uses that can happen on that land.
Okay, so then
Yes.
there is caveats on the title to
Yeah.
prevent the other uses that are in the
The
institutional
MGA
district from going
has
forward.
major restrictions for what can be done on there, yeah.
Perfect, thank you.
Councillor Northcott.
Just in here in the policy considerations, it says the proposed subdivision is not located within 8.8 kilometers of an area considered by the county to be surface resource extraction. I'm just wondering, is there not a gravel aggregate operation on the adjacent quarter? There's no aggregate in that area.
I don't know if I have a map that identifies that. Bear with me, I'm just gonna try to look up a map here. Maybe. Sure.
Yes, Mr. Hexma.
Gavin Trimble has a pit. The active portion of the pit right now is more than 0.8 kilometers away. And he was telling me that he's planning to reclaim it this year, and then it'll be farmland. So I do not believe that it would impact this.
Okay, thank you.
And there's never going to be any crushing there again either.
Okay, thank you for the information.
I guess just a little bit.
Follow-up?
Yeah, just, I know that aggregate isn't just restricted to that 1/4 section that's adjacent, but I don't have any maps that show reserves or anything like that for gravel, so there may be gravel, which I suspect in that area, there probably is gravel in other quarters that are quite close to that.
Oh, I agree with you, Councillor Northcott. There's gravel directly close, adjacent to this proposed development, but the chance of the county approving a gravel pit that close to a multi-lot existing subdivision is nil.
That's my point, is a lot of municipalities throughout the province don't have they're not fortunate to have the amount of, and the quality of gravel and aggregate that Clearwater County does have, so that's exactly my point that I'm trying to make. Sometimes maybe poor planning will limit the opportunity to develop natural resources in the future.
Yeah, just because a resource is there, however, doesn't make it a resource extraction area. I mean, there's likely gas and oil right underneath this land as well, and it's not being extracted. So I think that point be moot.
did you have something more to offer, Ms. Gillum?
I just was measuring, because, as you mentioned, the pit just to the, located in the northeast of the parcel to the northeast, and the closest point of the proposed subdivision and that pit is over 1 kilometer away, so I just wanted to note that I wanted to measure it.
Okay, thank you for that. Seeing no other council lights, we will continue. At this time, Ms. Gillum, were there any, could you please present any comments received from referral agencies?
Yes. Blue Mountain Power Co-op Incorporated as the Rocky area will require a utility right-of-way for the proposed subdivision and land use amendment. The overhead power line on the property will only be servicing the proposed subdivision. The existing parcel will require utility right-of-way. As such, Blue Mountain Power Co-op requires a utility right-of-way from the owner of the existing parcel. Please contact Blue Mountain Power to discuss the requirements. And that they are a member-owned nonprofit distribution wire service provider. Rocky Gas Co-op has no concerns or objections with the application, but please note that if either parcel is presently serviced by secondary natural gas service and it becomes its own entity, a new service contract will be requested. If the outline plan is approved for the redesignation of the lands for CRA, they ask that the following be inserted in the note, that for information on installation of natural gas services, please contact Rocky Gas Co-op. Public Works Operations, the existing approach is a legal single approach. If they want the service road to come off the approach for the other subdivision, it would have to be widened to a joint approach. Public Works Infrastructure has no objections. Assessment has no concerns. The property is currently assessed as residential and will continue to be assessed as residential if the proposed subdivision is successful. Regional Fire, on review of the above reference land use amendment application with a fire SCO scope and a CRFRS response perspective, fire SCOs have identified the following concerns with the proposed LUA application for a multi-lot subdivision. The proposed new lots are exposed to continuous coniferous fuel, are situated uphill and downwind prevailing wind of the fuel, and so would be at much greater risk than the existing subdivision lots to wildfire exposure. Even a new fire start to the area would have potential for rapid growth and intense fire behavior on reaching the proposed lots due to steep upsloping to the lots, southern exposure of the slope, apparent density of coniferous fuels, and common west winds. Existing structures comparison. Currently, there's a notable separation greater than 100 meters between the main run of continuous coniferous fuel to the south and west and most of the existing residential structures within the Clearwater Heights subdivision. This separation from heavy fuels is consistent with recommended vegetation management up to 100 meters from the home, which is a distance typically beyond the means or title of individual subdivision lot owners. Lot owners do typically have the means to apply fire smart principles within zone 1 and 2 between 0 and 30 meters on their titled lots, which is why it is only the zone 3 vegetation fuels that are in focus here. Recommendation, with the objective of preventing an increased wildfire threat to homes in the county in mind, fire SCOs recommend that the proposed new development adhere to home fire smart principles. Fire smart principles should be strongly encouraged to future residents, and educational resources should be provided to future and current residents of this development. Consistent with this, specific conditions for the approval of these new lots may be considered, such as requiring structures or homes to be located within the northern halves of the proposed lots to maintain the separation between the structures and continuous wildland fuels, or wildland fuel management requirements such as strategic thinning or fire breaking to the south prior to new lots being sold or development permits for residential structures being approved. Note, these are examples, and this fire SCO's reviewer is not adequately familiar with what approval conditions are within county means and authority. Regardless of actions, fire SCOs recommend that the applicant be made aware of these lots' relative increased exposure to wildfire, as should any prospective purchasers of the lot. Please reach out should you have any questions. Alberta Transportation, this will acknowledge receipt of your circulation. Sorry, I can skip that part. Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors offers the following comments. With observations pursuant to Section 618 of the MGA, the department expects that the municipality will comply with any applicable items related to provincial highways. Pursuant to 618.4 of the MGA, the department expects that the municipality will mitigate the impacts of traffic generated by developments approved on lands local road connections to the highway system in accordance with policy 7 of the land use policies. This will acknowledge receipt of your circulation regarding the above noted proposal. The subsequent subdivision application would be subject to the requirements of section 18 and 19 of the matters related to subdivision and development regulation. Alberta Health Services has reviewed the referred application and associated outline plan. The outline plan does not include details on the intended plans for drinking water and septic services within the development. Based on the information provided, the proposed 20-acre development includes plans for 5 lots ranging in size. There is an existing dwelling on one of the proposed lots. It was unclear if the intention is for the lots to be privately serviced by on-site drinking water and septic, and the proposed outline plan contains no detail on the availability of water nor suitability for on-site septic disposal. AHS recommends that consideration for water availability in terms of both sufficient quality and quantity be to meet the Canadian drinking water quality guidelines, as well as suitability for on-site septic disposal be considered to ensure that the development will be feasible and is sustainable immediately, as well as for future generations. HS recommends that development of the parcels ensures that the drinking water wells and septic systems are located such that they do not create a nuisance as defined under the Public Health Act and comply with section 15 of the Nuisance and General Sanitation Regulation. And then the Municipal Planning Commission reviewed the application on December 18th, 2024. MPC recommends that Council favorably consider granting second and third reading to the Land Use Amendment Application 2624. The MPC provided the following reasons for the decision. The proposal meets policy. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, I'll now invite the applicants to speak to their proposal and add any comments to support your request and respond to any agency comments.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. This proposal, you've heard our presentation before, but not in a public forum, so I'll go through some of it already. It makes very good sense to finish this subdivision off. Basically, the existing subdivision has been there for over 35 years and seems to be a nice, tight community, actually, with very few problems. There have been a couple of floods over the years, and at one time, 2005, when I believe they were saying it was a 1 in 200 year flood, the water came from overland from the northwest, not from the river, and did flood some basements to the tune of a couple of feet of water in them. But so to that end, the Rutherfords are planning to put some development restrictions on it, some architectural controls. One of them being that no basements be allowed, only crawl spaces without mechanical infrastructure in them. And that would mitigate that sort of thing. The elevation of the lots that we're proposing is the same height or higher than all the developed lots to the north, even though it is toward the river. And then I've got a contour plan, which is in your package, and a spot elevation plan, which demonstrates that. Rutherfords won't agree with me, but this is a cheap subdivision. There's already a road there. They have to build one new approach to service 2 lots and one service road to service the other lots to the west. The existing approach to where they want to move to, their plan is to sell the existing developed lot. There's a lot of stairs in the house and that sort of thing, and sometimes age catches up with us. So they're planning to build more a ranch-style house over where it says proposed building site on the plan that shows the lot layout, which is also in your package, and then sell off the other lots, of course. So for minimal impact and construction costs, the county can end up with 6 more usable lots. The power's available, and by dedicating municipal reserve that's adjacent to the existing Lot 7 MR from the first subdivision, they can enlarge that. The Rutherfords are planning to fence the whole southerly boundary of this because they too have dealt with trespassers wanting to get to the river And it's private property, so there is a road allowance on the east side, but it's fully treed and you can't get down it. There's a trail that's on Rutherford's property just to the west of that road allowance that does go down to the river, but before you get to the corner of their property, there's an arm of the river that comes off. And it's difficult to get through that when the water's somewhat high. So I think trying to build any kind of access down to the south end for that little bit of crown land that's on the quarter to the south would be fairly pointless. There's a lot of crown land out there, and if folks want to access it, there are access points in other places. And I'd be happy to entertain any questions unless Heather or Rory, you have anything to say, but yeah.
Okay. Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. You mentioned that they would be considering putting on architectural controls, for example, for the crawl spaces for no basements. What other architectural controls are the Rutherfords considering? For example, the fire smarting that was mentioned by the fire service, or traffic impacts, or any? Are they putting in controls for any of those things?
Yeah. Once we get a study on the septic system, the current house has a field. I'm not so sure that today that people would want that. I see more and more mounds being built. And that may be a consideration for the architectural controls, is that they require a mound. And I say it may be, it depends on the results of the test. I heard from the fire department, CFR, how many letters are on there, Tim?
CRFRS.
So that's almost like LBGT, yeah, whatever. So they're mentioning that they would like to see the houses to the north end. And when we looked at this, we thought that people would be more wanting to put their houses to the southerly portion of the parcel. So yes, fire smart principles would be in there. The Rutherfords are going to retain ownership to all the south end, so we can deal with that. If we have to do some thinning out for 50 or 100 meters or whatever it takes, that would be maybe a wise thing to do as part of this process. I know people hate to lose their trees, but they also hate to lose their houses. And just look to California for that. And
Absolutely.
so that we'll deal with, in discussions with the county and with the appropriate authorities and departments.
Yeah, subsequent, go ahead.
One other thing, sorry, about houses to the south end. There were some residents, or one resident, sorry, who didn't want to see houses constructed from his house. And that also would mitigate that sort of concern. And in the case of the north lots, you can see most of the buildings are toward the north end, which is close to the environmental reserve. And it just makes for a nicer living space.
Right.
A little further from the road, so you're not dealing with dust and noise and that sort of thing. Although it is, what's the speed limit on that? 40? 50? 50? Yeah, that's what I thought. I remembered it was 50.
Usually 100.
Sometimes.
Further?
Yes, thank you. Blue Mountain Power said that they needed a utility right-of-way. That's not within the survey sketch that's here.
No, we don't know where it's gonna be yet.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that will be, if this process goes forward, you'll have to amend this to include a utility right-of-way?
We'd create a whole new drawing for a utility right-of-way, yes.
Okay,
Yeah, and we would include that. That's no problem. That's kind of a standard thing with these multis.
okay. Does
Whether
that,
they want 5 meters along the road, or if they want some portions just going in from across the road where the power already is in order to facilitate what they need. But we'll work with them on that.
Ms. Gillum, is that not normally supposed to be included in an outline plan? The utility rights and utility concerns?
It kind of depends, I guess. I'm not even sure what sorry.
Because all the utilities run on.
I wanted to open the item for the requirements for, you can have, I think it does say something about servicing, but, usually like at the time of, subdivision is when it's actually like identified, because it has to be registered. So like where those will be specifically located. You may mention in the outline plan, like how you intend to service the lot, so like it would be like to have power possibly run to each individual lot, but at the specific like design would be done at the subdivision stage.
It's more when an outline plan is done under an urban context, that it has to be fully executed within the outline plan with the stormwater and all of the sidewalks and everything. Like
Yeah,
under an urban
some of that would be done
type
at
setting.
that, like the intent, and again, even the outline plan or ASPs, like it generally shows where those are located, but like the actual design drawings would be done at the subdivision stage, cause like a lot of that stuff has to be registered with land titles.
Okay. I have another one if there's not more lights, sorry. Ray.
No more lights, so.
I have another one, thank you. Are you guys planning on having any water retention for fire management, et cetera? Like some developments ensure that there's water ponds for fire services drafting to deal with the increased fire hazard. Is that being proposed anywhere here?
We haven't proposed it so far, no.
You might be now?
We have 31 lots already here without a stormwater pond, plus the existing development. And there's a creek that goes through here that they could draw water from. The Rutherfords do have a pond back here, but I don't believe it's accessible by a big truck, is it?
Could be.
It could be?
But they could always drop a hose off the bridge too, right?
Well, that's just it, yeah. Yeah, so there is water available. And that's 365 days a year, yeah.
Okay. Counselor Northcott?
Just, I guess, a couple questions regarding fire prevention. We did have a meeting with Minister Lowen there, it was at RMA, but I think I can't remember the exact distance, but in a Category 5 fire, I think the cleared area that was being proposed around the community would be about 1 kilometer of clearing. I can't remember the exact number, but it was quite extensive, not just the 50 or 100 meters of clearing, because the embers from the fires, they get so significant, the area to be cleared would be, so yeah, complete clear cut for roughly 1,000 meters, I believe. I can't remember for certain, but it was something like that. And I also had a question for the bridge. For the bridge that goes in there, the low capacity and the rating, and are there any upgrades that'll be needed or required to that bridge?
Ms. Gill?
That's a good question. That's something that, I mean, there was nothing mentioned in our referrals to Public Works about that, but we could specifically ask them about that if there was concerns.
And then one more question regarding emergency. There's only points of egress. I believe there's only 1 point of egress out of this area. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Should there not be 2? In the event that if there was a tragic event that happened, there's only 1 point of egress out of there for all the residents.
Well, they could go across Crawford's field and come across his bridge to the west.
All right, any further questions from council? Are there any further comments that you'd like to speak to at all before I carry on?
I don't believe so, thank you.
Just confirming. All right, at this point in time, we will carry on, and I now invite any members of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application. Any members of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application? Please come to the mic and identify yourself, please.
Good morning.
Oh, just wait for the mic on. Press the button. Yes, please. There you go.
Okay, good morning. There we go. Hello, my name is Barry Langadoon. I live at 152 Clearwater Heights Drive, and I also own the vacant lot at 128 Clearwater Heights Drive. Council members and county staff, I would like to thank you for your time and the opportunity to express my concerns in regards to the land use and multi-development for Heather Rutherford. First, I would like to acknowledge that change and progress are a part of growth and development. Instead of being opposed or in support of this, I would like to express 5 concerns that I have about this being approved. Now, would you guys like to go over them one at a time, or should I just express all of them at once?
We would express them all at once, please.
Okay. So, my first concern, I and a community member have had a pet run over. There have been several near misses with vehicles and even one death with someone on an ATV. There are several people that go for walks and children that play in our community. With the increased traffic caused by additional residential lots, I have a concern for public safety. If this is approved, can the speed limit for Clearwater Heights Drive be reduced to 30 kilometers per hour? Concern number 2, will a water and sewer impact study be done based on the additional lots added? And it sounds like what's been expressed today that is going to happen, so I'm happy to hear that. Concern 3, I was under the impression this land was in a flood zone and not suitable for development. What has changed? My hope is that due diligence has been done. There have been several times when there has been flooding on the river side of Clearwater Heights Drive. I would not want to see seasonal flooding that could affect any new homes built, causing our area to be devalued or home insurance rates to increase. And it sounds like some of those concerns have already been expressed as well too this morning. Concern 4, if this is approved, will the extra number of lots mean that a bridge will need to be built on the road allowance at the end of our road to allow a secondary point of access for emergency vehicles or egress in the event of a natural disaster such as flooding or a fire, as Councillor Northcott has brought up as well too, so thank you for bringing up that concern. And then concern number 5, what impact this may have on our property taxes by adding more residential lots? I want to say thank you again for your time and the opportunity to express my concerns.
Thank you. Is there any other member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application? Seeing none. Ms. Gillum, were there any written submissions submitted in favor of the request?
No written submissions were received.
Thank you. At this point in time, I'll ask any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition to the application. Any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition to the application? Please step forward and identify yourself.
Good morning, honorable council members, friends, neighbors. My name's Rock Borger. I'm an alumni student of the Clearwater College, which was instituted in 1971. Been a member of the community for over 40 years. Homeowner for about 10 years now on Clearwater Heights Drive. Yeah, so a little bit about that background is the college, it's in its 53rd year of program study. In the 2004 season, a major flood occurred, affecting all the homeowners of the existing subdivision, as well as the college. Millions of dollars of insurance money was spent to rebuild these homes and properties. Most families consider this more than a normal everyday occurrence or inconvenience. While normal life and comfort of living in a modern home was disrupted for months and even years. While furniture and possessions were literally destroyed. Since 2007, the lower campground at the college, which is adjacent to the proprietor's property, has experienced at least 2 or 3 lesser floods, but floods nonetheless, where bridges were washed completely away. So if it was only 3 or 4 floods in 21 years, that's approximately 1 flood every 7 years since 2004. I recommend that the most comprehensive floodplain and analysis available would be a worthy investment of time and consideration at this juncture of the proceedings. And to determine and assess all hazards related to this proposed subdivision, such as humanitarian, knowingly developing lots for innocent families on a permanent floodplain. This 101 thing, nobody can agree with what a 1 in a 100-year floodplain is. Nobody can agree to that. It's just a name and a number. And it's actually, excuse me, on about page 3 of this, under the Municipal Government Act, number 4, any potential for flooding, subsidence, or erosion of the land, as well as the 2003 Municipal Development Plan, 4.2.12, and 3, and 4, and 5, at the bottom of page 2, 3, there. It'd be worthy to just read that. Clearwater County considers lands having one or more of the following characteristics to be hazard lands: lands susceptible to erosion, subsidence, or slumping, lands prone to flooding. And 13 says more about the same. Clearwater County shall not allow any land uses in a 1 to 100-year floodway. So the humanitarian area of selling a neighbor a lot that's on a flood zone is worth considering as a humanitarian risk. If a flood does happen, if this subdivision does go through and a flood happens, most likely the future victims of this proposed subdivision will most likely look back to this public hearing to question themselves how something as obviously atrocious as permitting building on a floodplain was disregarded. I got a whole bunch more to say, but I'm out of time now, but I've got 2 other related things, and that is environmental concerns, the washing away of septic systems, draining into the James River on its tributaries, disturbing the ecosystem, and finally, an ecological concern. With that environmental concern, with that humanitarian concern, the disturbing of natural habitat and resources. And with that, I just want to encourage all the councillors here to consider this very, very seriously. I have seen buildings put up and plans approved and just tons of money spent and homes left destroyed. So with that, I open it up for any feedback. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. I now invite any other member of the public wishing to speak in opposition to the application to step up and please identify yourself.
Hi there, my name is Mike Christie. I've lived in that subdivision for, well, I bought my place in 1990, right? I've been there a long time. I'd like to rebut this fella's here statement here. He doesn't even live in the communities. He owns a property there. He shows up maybe for 2 months of the year. I mean, I don't know why he's even here, but I'm going to tell you something. I've loved that community for a long time, and it's a beautiful little community, and it should be shared. I know council members probably have been down on the property and seen how beautiful that lots is, and those lots are going to be. And I'm going to tell you something. That's just something that maybe it should be shared more and with other people of like-minded, want to be in nature kind of stuff, things, right? And as far as I'm concerned, there's only been the one flood there. I was there when it happened, and I was right at ground level, my place, right? And the water came up about this far up there, and it ruined my flooring, and it didn't even bother my drywall or anything like that. It was a quick fix. And as far as I know, nobody received insurance for that flood because it was an act of God or whatever. I never got any insurance for my house flooding in there, and I just removed the flooring and put it in myself. But anyways, I'd like to see more development in the area. That's a very safe community. We see very little crime there. And I'm going to say that the more residents there to watch over your property, the better, right? Because each and every one of us, as property owners in there, we got to look after each other, and the more people in the community would more eyes on crime, and we don't have that in our community, and I don't want it, right? So I think it's a good thing. I think this is actually going to raise the property values of the whole neighborhood with this development. It's a beautiful little development. I've seen it. I've studied it, and I urge the council members to carry on with this project and see it out to its fruition. And I don't think anybody's going to be disappointed about anything at all, right? So that's just my words, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Can I respond to that?
No, there's no response.
Okay, well, there's something
Sir.
that I would just like to say that I've never met this gentleman, and I don't appreciate that him saying
Sir,
something that's untrue.
I understand your concern, but point of order, we're in a public hearing. Everybody gets their opportunity to speak. If you want to take it offside, that at this point in time, we're going to carry on. Ms. Gillum, were there any written submissions opposing the request received?
One, I believe, or that's weird, it's worded very funny, but we received a comment from an adjacent landowner, Vern Crawford. It says, "Thank you for the letter received. My wife and I own the land adjoining the west of the property that is under review for redesignation from A to CR. I wish to raise my concern with the proposed bylaw at 25005 Schedule A. Our family has owned and operated the Northwest 1036-7 for more than 40 years. During this time, there has been, on several occasions, people trespassing through our property to get access to the Clearwater River via the utility cut line on the west side of our property. With increased density, it would seem reasonable to expect more trespassers. It is human nature for people to be drawn to water. I would like to recommend that this proposed subdivision include provisions for a public access footpath right-of-way to allow for access from the proposed subdivision south to the Crown land leading to the Clearwater River." And that's it.
Thank you. So at this point in time, I invite the applicant to present your final remarks before I close the hearing.
Dave Swanson, having heard people in favor and opposed to it, I might reiterate that one of the recommendations was to do a hydrology study and define whether this is in a 1 in 100 year floodplain or not. And yes, APEGA does have a definition for 1 in 100 years. The engineers know what they're doing. They're qualified in that, and they can determine what is considered 1 in 100 year floodplain. So that would be one of the things that we would do in order to protect the county from future lawsuits and to protect the public who's buying these lots and building houses, in a lot of cases a dream home or maybe a weekend cabin or something like that, and protect them in the event of that type of flooding. If it's seen that we are close to a 1 in 100 year floodplain, one of the architectural controls could be that the buildings be put up elevated somewhat over and above the existing ground levels. The other thing is, if there is a horrendous flood, say 1 in 200, 1 in 500, whatever you want to call it, that not only these new buildings would be negatively impacted, but all the 31 other lots in this subdivision would be as well, because as I said before, the elevation on these lots is the same height or higher than these ones to the north.
Okay,
Thank you.
those are your final comments. Okay, thank you. Oh, yes, absolutely. Ms. Rutherford, go for it.
Hi, so just to, I'm gonna thank my neighbors for coming and speaking up. I don't wanna negatively impact our community. I don't plan on leaving our community, I plan on moving to the far end. I don't wanna ruin the beautiful community that we have. I want my neighbors to feel welcome there and just have some new people out there. I don't want to environmentally impact, I don't want to hurt the land, that's not my intention here. If the board of directors feels that we need to do these studies that are way beyond my understanding, but since I have Bob, so I do it right, then I'm all game for it. I would be in my clear conscience if I put a house there, which I'm going to be. I'm going to be building, we've already started plans on building a new home. I don't want my house ruined either. But an act of God for a flood, whether it's 1 in 100, whether it's 1 in 400, whether it's whatever, a flood is an act of God, and it's going to affect your residents, Barry's residents, but we can only predict and have the people in hand to take a look at it and say, as far as we can do, we can't predict it. Nobody can predict that, you know, all of a sudden there's 20 feet of water coming from Tay River. We can't predict that. Mr. Wright, you said you love our community. So do I. You say you've been here 10 years, you've owned it 10 years. I'm almost at 9 when I came from where I came from. And I love the community too, and I'd like to share that with some new like-minded people that want to just get out of the city and just be left alone and enjoy our beautiful land. Maybe educate some kids. This is what it's like to live rural route. You don't have to live in a concrete jungle. We have the MR there. There's lots of Barry's children that go out there and play. And it's a wonderful thing to see a bunch of kids having a snowball fight. You don't get in that modern, but here, out in the rural route, this is more of a community. I'm not well, the only time I'll go, you know, God willing, is when I'm done. But I think that this makes sense. There's a lot of people there, more eyes, less vandalism. And if the board wants me to do the fencing, ground perk, I don't want to hurt the environment. I don't want to say the waste is going into a river and find out that it was our decision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Final remarks. Councillor Ratcliffe, is it a question, or would that be better served, your question, in the second and third reading discussion? Okay, thank you. All right, so with the final remarks, I will now close the hearing at 9:57, and no motions will be entertained at this time. Moving on the agenda then, at item 5.1 is the consideration of the draft Rutherford outline plan. And again, I'll turn it to Ms. Gillum for the background, please.
Okay. Okay, so the purpose of Bylaw 25005 is to amend Clearwater County's land use bylaw to redesignate 20.15 acres of the land located in the northwest of Northeast 1036 of 7 from the Ag District to the CR District, sorry. The applicant has applied for an additional 2.22 acres to be redesignated to institutional to be dedicated as MR. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the landowners will proceed with the subdivision process to subdivide the redesignated lands into 6 CR parcels and an MR lot. And then please refer to the documents attached to the agenda item for the public hearing. But the regular council meeting held on January 14th, 2025, council reviewed the draft Rutherford outline plan and gave first reading to Bylaw 25005. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in local newspapers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon consideration of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider the draft Rutherford outline plan and identify if any additional information is needed prior to the consideration of second and third reading and the adoption of the outline plan. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, I will open the floor up for council's discussion, or we can have a motion to focus discussion. Questions for the development officer going forward. Councillor Ratcliffe, did you? I cut you off from the last one, that's why I'm asking you first, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Yes, my question was, if you know of anyone that moved away because of flooding, that, you know, sort of abandoned the area?
No. few died, but not during the flood, but afterwards. But, and when you're reading Julia Graham, she went because of age. She, but they were there, so they just sold, yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Councillor Meloff.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm gonna make the motion to table pending the outcome of a hydrology study and a fire smart plan.
Okay. Motion on the floor to table for those particular studies. Question for administration. Is Fire Smart Plan now have changed in regards to the recommendations that RMA had brought forth? Or, I know RMA had brought forth a number of recommendations, so would be that provincial fire smart plan, maybe this is from Director Haggard, sorry. She's a fire expert. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not sure what additional changes they would be made. I mean, they could come up with a fire smart plan, and if the government has changed their recommendations for a fire smart plan, it would be based on whatever is in place now for that. I did want to mention, because it didn't get carried over to the consideration for the outline plan, but in our recommendation in the public hearing, we recommended that council consider asking for water supply study and for fire supply as well, and domestic use, wastewater servicing, and then stormwater management, and the hydrology as well. So I just wanted to mention that, to carry those over, because they wasn't in that item. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that. Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. With regards to your question, I believe you're referencing the wildfire report with the 31 recommendations that RMA did. I believe that's still sitting with the ministers, as it's only 3 weeks old, so I don't know that it's made it back into legislation yet, just because it's still such a young document, but I'm sure that Mr. Hagsma can reference that when they're building those types of plans, and I would like to amend my motion to include the studies that were recommended by administration.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion on the motion to table? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. Okay, so with that, once the studies come back, we will bring back those studies and council will consider the outline plan at that point in time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
You bet. All right. So with that, we will move on to item 5.2, which is the first reading of Bylaw 25/2022 to amend the land use bylaw. And again, I'll turn it over to Ms. Gillum on behalf of Mr. Bisson.
Thank you. Okay, Quinn and Wendy Murphy currently hold title to Plan 152-5423 Block 2, Lot 2 within the Southeast 2635 of 5. Sure, Jana, can you just pull up the air photo for this one? Okay, sorry, thank you. Containing 251.18 acres. The subject land is located 10 kilometers or 6.25 miles southeast of the hamlet of Caroline. The applicants have made application to redesignate 17.44 acres located in the southwest corner of the subject lands from the agriculture district to the country residence agriculture district. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicants will then proceed with the subdivision process to create separate title to the 17.44 acre CRA parcel. The proposed developed parcel is described as being relatively flat with slight rolling variations, but steep along the south property boundary. The proposed parcel contains a residence and barn. The applicants have indicated that existing services include a water well and septic field. The vegetation on the proposed parcel is described as a mix of shrub, tree, stands of pine, and spruce with some poplar. Access to the proposed CRA parcel can be obtained from an existing access off of Township Road 35-4 with a Crammon Road adjacent to the south property boundary. The balance of the quarter is flat, mostly cleared cropland. There's a developed subdivision taken out of the south central portion of the quarter section. Access to the remainder of the quarter can be obtained from existing access off Township 35-4, adjacent to the south boundary. and off of Range Road 5-1 adjacent to the eastbound property boundary. The applicants are proposing to amend the land use bylaw to allow them to subdivide off the developed yard site. This will allow them to continue farming the remainder of the quarter section while not having to look after an additional yard site. Surrounding land uses in the area are mostly agricultural with a few residential parcels. Pending the results of the land use amendment, the applicants will proceed with a subdivision application to create separate title to the CRA parcel. And the attached package provides more detail regarding the application. So we've included our standard policies from the MDP regarding subdivision of lands. So I'm gonna just jump and including municipal reserves and then the land use bylaw. So policy considerations, the proposed redesignation is to allow for the creation of a 17.44 acre residential parcel in the southwest portion of the quarter section. The applicant has proposed a larger area to be redesignated and subdivided simply due to the lay of the land and the location of existing fence lines and shelter belts. By following the maximum allowable size as outlined in the MDP, the landowners would be left with a 150-meter strip of what appears to be unfarmable land between the existing acreage and the proposed acreage. The applicants believe that the strip of land would be more conducive to the proposed parcel than the remainder of the quarter section. Legal and physical access exists for both the proposed parcel and the balance of the quarter section. Staff reviewed and considered the impact on adjacent farming activities and do not anticipate that the proposal would negatively impact existing farm operations in the area, as the proposed parcel will continue to be used for residential use. Administration has reviewed the history of the subject property. The subject property was consolidated with the majority of the Northeast 2635/5 in 2015. Today, 40.61 acres remains of the Northeast 26. A first residential parcel out subdivision was taken off of the Northeast 26 in 1992, and the Southeast 26 contains 251.18 acres of land. The first parcel out subdivision was taken off the Southeast 26 in 1980. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would be considered the third title out of the Southeast 2635/5 and would align with the MDP policy of 10.2.2. So yeah, if you have questions, this one is kind of wacky. So, and I can kind of explain a bit better if you don't understand, but.
Right. Oh, are you landowner? Oh, yeah, come on, sorry. Oh. Our applicant is here.
Yes, my apologies. I don't know who the applicant is, so.
No, because you were there. Perhaps we can just do a quick round of introductions so that we can go from there. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Reeve. Good morning, Jenny Melhoff, the councillor for Ward 1.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed, councillor for Ward 3.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, councillor for Ward 6.
Good morning, Ward 7, Councillor in Reeve, Michelle Swanson.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Ward 4 councillor.
Good morning, Neil Radcliffe, Ward 5 councillor.
Good morning, Barbara Gibson, councillor.
Dawson Conley, development officer.
Good morning, Rhonda Sirhan, manager, financial services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CO.
Good morning, Kim Gillum, manager, planning.
Awesome. Yeah.
No, it's on.
Oh, yeah.
Good morning, Wendy Murphy, landowner.
Thank you. All right, so as outlined by Ms. Gillum, the application for this land use bylaw, looking for either a motion to proceed to to grant first reading, proceed to a public hearing, or looking for comments for clarification or questions for clarification. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Ms. Gillum, I have a question with regards to, it is a little unorthodox. Normally we look at everything in 160 acre squares, not 251 acres. So I'm curious what our planning documents say when you're looking at it as a whole chunk rather than just the 160 acres. Is an outline plan required? Because if you're looking at the whole chunk, that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 titles. If you're looking at the whole big chunk and not the 160 acre that we're used to seeing through the Land Dominion Acts.
Yeah, so it's a bit confusing, but the MDP, it's kind of like addresses the quarter section. So as much as like we've kind of combined and shifted property boundaries, there's still kind of like the traditional quarter sections. Like if you look on a map, they still kind of exist as like being part of like in a land title. It was previously under part of another quarter section. So that's kind of the tricky part because they, for the parcel in the north quarter, they were trying to take off the building site and some land there and sell the farmland, but they weren't allowed to have a second parcel back in 2015. So at the time, they worked with the adjacent landowner and took off that small chunk of land and did a boundary adjustment to include the farmland with the south quarter. So they didn't really do a subdivision there as much as they did a boundary adjustment to shift the boundaries of the quarter section in a way to combine land without creating a new title. So it's kind of a bit wacky, but yeah, based on like the policies, this is still only the third title within that quarter section, even though it's all one big kind of chunk now. There'll be, yeah, a couple in one and a couple in another.
So then should we not be considering it as a whole chunk and therefore an outline plan be required?
It's not, okay, I can try to read the, sorry, bear with me. Yeah, where's that part? It just says, like in the policy, that notwithstanding Clearwater County may approve one additional subdivision in a quarter section for residential or non-residential use. So it's just considering the title within that quarter section. So it still only would be the third title in that quarter section, regardless of where that new quarter section boundary is.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. Just to clarify, how many titles are in this 251 acres?
Well, if you're not taking out the other two, then it's 1, 2 titles, and then this would be the third.
Okay, I don't think I asked the question clearly enough. Is the 251 acres under one title?
Yes.
So that the land has been joined beyond being a quarter section, like officially
Yes.
joined? Okay, I have another question, and that is, considering setbacks from wells and the septic is on the other side, how small could this parcel be made? And I guess what would the remaining plot be?
I would have to measure it out. The majority of the buildings and services are on the west side of the parcel. And as Dustin mentioned, there's about 150 meters. I could try to measure it if I pull out my ARC map, but yep.
Okay.
We didn't have a survey sketch done for like the yard site, including the septic, the well, like the water well. Using Google Maps and the acreage calculator, 7 kind of cuts off the very back behind the house there where the yard is, and it would include the well site, but you don't include any kind of, besides by the barn there, kind of open pasture type space. So to be within the 7 cuts off the back of the yard. Yeah, so that's when we looked at it, what was maybe a next best case scenario to include some open space for kind of hobby type agricultural farm, where you could pasture a few animals and not just be within the trees, because there's quite a few trees kind of around the yard there, and make existing use of the property line with the existing acreage, and kind of how the north line goes off there kind of on an angle. It is cleared through there already, so we wouldn't have to take down any trees to fence the boundary.
Okay.
Okay, I guess where my question comes from, is related to the large size of this parcel, and if there would actually be room for another residential parcel in that piece have 2 instead of 1.
I see.
To be, more in line with policy.
Sorry, I measured a little bit, and it's hard to tell depending on how far east you would go, but the parcel to include their services in the drawing would be maybe 9-ish acres, but the area, that 150-meter strip that Dustin mentioned that we were looking at including on the east part between the two parcels is a lower area, correct? It kind of, well, it looks a bit wet in the air photo, and I don't think it's usable farmland. So I don't think you might not be able to develop there either, but I could be wrong.
It is lower, it's not wet, but it is lower. Access from the county road there is quite steep. Like it's lower from the road for sure at that part.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so any other further questions for the development officer or the applicant, or looking for a motion for first reading to proceed to a public hearing? Councillor Meloff?
Thank you, Eve. I don't love it, but I know that in order to channel conversation, to get public input, all the referrals needed to actually make the best decision possible, we need to go to first reading. So I'll make the motion for first reading so that we can get all of the public input and all of the referrals sent out to get more information on this particular application.
Thank you for the motion. Any other questions or comments on the motion? Councillor Ratcliffe?
Yes, I believe the Murphys deserve due process on this, so I will support this motion for first reading. Other readings I'll have to reconsider.
Okay, thank you. All right, so with that, I will call the question. All those in favor of first reading to proceed to a public hearing? That motion's carried. Thank you for coming in today, and we'll see you at the public hearing. Thank you. All right, so with that, I'm gonna call a quick 10-minute break, and we'll continue on with item 5.3 when we come back from our break. And welcome back to our meeting. We're at item 5.3, which is the first reading for Bylaw 25/013 for the creation of a renewable energy systems land use bylaw 25/013. I'll turn it over to Mr. Connolly, please, for the background.
Thank you, Reeve. At the regular council meeting held on July 23rd, 2024, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw number 1176/24 for the creation of a renewable energy systems land use bylaw. Upon legal review, it's been recommended that administration amend the current land use bylaw to include renewable energy systems rather than having a standalone bylaw and doubling provisions that are existing. This bylaw would include the development regulations for solar and wind projects in existing districts. Administration has prepared the attached draft, which has been vetted by legal to include into land use bylaw number 714/01. On the screen, we have, I just have to pull up the right one. We have the draft document. We have made a couple minor changes since you guys have received the document. So one question was regarding 2.1.1. A solar collector attached to a wall or roof or building may be allowed in any land use district. If it's attached to the roof or wall of a building, no matter how much it's producing, it doesn't require a separate development permit. Granted that that building has been received a development permit. 2.1.2, we used the word producing. We have changed that to rated output. And then 2.1.2A Part 2, we had in there except multi-lot subdivisions. Most multi-lot subdivisions do have homeowners associations, so if they don't want it, we have to get approval from them anyways, so we will just stick with the 15 feet in any land use district. And then again in 2.1.3, we changed producing to rated output. And then there was just a few minor changes like that throughout the rest of the document. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, there was a typo there, so we put it back to megawatt.
Okay. For 3.1.2, perfect. Thank you. All right. So with that, we have a staff recommendation, but I will open the floor to comments or questions for the development officer. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I thought that we were doing this as a standalone until we can incorporate it into the new land use bylaw to ensure that any projects that come forward, we have the ability to put in restrictions, et cetera, on projects. This is being proposed to amend the current land use bylaw rather than a standalone bylaw, unless I misunderstood you.
No, that's correct. That's the direction we received from legal, because in the other bylaw, we had to double up on provisions for enforcement and conditions that are already existing in the land use bylaw. So we were recommended to do a land use amendment for our current land use bylaw.
Supplementary?
Yes.
They understand how old our current land use bylaw is and how many amendments are actually required besides this one, like 200 or so?
Yeah.
And they still are recommending to amend a 20-year-old document rather than a standalone bylaw while we rewrite the document?
Ms. Gill?
Yeah, I just want to jump in with that too. Regardless of the age of the document, any sort of textual amendment can be made to the document at any given time. And the lawyers felt that it was best to do this because it also, the document also references land use districts and uses within those districts. So it makes more sense to have it within the existing land use bylaw as an amendment temporarily and then fully included in the new one when we bring it forward versus an independent bylaw. I don't know that it makes significant difference being independent from like an independent bylaw versus an amendment to the bylaw because we have this section that's an amendment to the current one. It's serving the same purpose. It just makes more sense because then we don't have to have as many definitions or things within this bylaw because they already exist in our current land use bylaw and the land use districts.
Okay, okay, many of the definitions that were removed due to putting into land use bylaw actually don't exist in the current land use bylaw. So are we now amending to add all of those definitions within the land use bylaw? Because our current land use bylaw, for example, does not have a definition of solar collector, wind collector. Those are not referenced in our current land use bylaw, and putting this in there then makes it so that all those definitions need to be included. So are we amending the current document to also include those definitions?
This bylaw adds them, because
Okay.
they're listed in this.
But not in the section, in the definitions portion of the land use bylaw. Does that matter?
No, it
Okay.
doesn't.
Okay.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. Thank you for making those changes to the document. I would make the motion then that council grant first reading to bylaw 25/013 for renewable energy. These are documents we need to have in place, or bylaws we need to have in place.
Okay. Thank you for the motion. I think we've had a little bit of a go around with this a couple of times with council, so this bylaw, and as we know, things are evolving and changing, so it's always nice to have something to go on. So if we don't have this come to a more solid foundation, there's nothing that we can correct else going forward, and I do believe that it gives us a leg to stand on should another development come forward in our county. So I'll be supporting the motion. Councillor Northcott?
Just a question for staff. I don't know if you'll have the answer or not, but in 3.2.1, it's under decommissioning. It says where the solar collection facility has been inactive or abandoned for more than 12 consecutive months, the county upon notice can require the applicant and or landowner to decommission and remove the entire system at their expense. I'm just wondering, how does that notification reporting, how would the municipality be notified that the collection facility is inactive? Because it just sits there, right?
Yeah, it would,
Today's active, today,
yeah, if it was identified, if we were aware that it wasn't operating, and, or I would assume that, they would be required to, report to the AER whether they were, active or not, so then I'm assuming that we would be notified as well. But that's a good question, it's something we'd have to look into. Or AUC, sorry, wrong one.
Councillor Lahey?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. With the additions that were noted and the corrections of some of the abbreviations, and I think it brings more clarity to the intent of this bylaw, so I will be supporting the motion before us.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mella?
Thank you, Reeve. What is the setbacks that we've identified in the bylaw for solar installations? Because there's setbacks identified for wind, but I'm not seeing any hard and fast setbacks outlined in the bylaw for solar.
For solar, it has to meet the setbacks that are listed in the district. Because they aren't as high and obtrusive as a wind tower, they don't have to be set back as far, but if that's something council wishes, we can add it.
The districts don't reference solar installations at this time in the current bylaw, so how would it meet the setbacks in the district?
They have setbacks that each development has to follow in that district, so that's what solar will follow.
For ancillary buildings
Yes.
and buildings, so they'd be meeting those setbacks?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Follow-up?
Yeah, follow-ups, please. 3.1.4 is referencing class 3 to class 7 lands. Is that still in conjunction with the changes that the province made with regards to municipalities that don't have class 1 and 2 soils, therefore making class 3 soils the same as the class 1 and 2 soil requirements?
That clause was added due to the change. I can look into that though, because this clause was recommended by legal,
Okay.
so.
Because my understanding with the way that the province had written it, when the Reeve and I had the opportunity to review it prior to it being released, is that municipalities that don't have class 1 and 2 land, obviously class 1 and 2 land being excluded from the ability to do this, then class 3 land is considered to be that higher higher classification of soil. So if you could get some confirmation on that, that would be helpful. I'll be supporting the motion to go for first reading so that we can go to a public hearing. And I just also want to confirm, are we able to amend it at any point throughout this process, not just today?
Yes.
Yep, so when we hear back from the public and changes that they may want to institute, we can do amendments throughout the process. Excellent, thank you.
Councillor Cermak?
Yes, I would just like to ask, in the development time, it says the development authorities. Can we ask that they do an update or an open house every year for the first 5 years? And then after that, an update once every 5 years so that we know what this project is doing for the first 5 years? And then one open house or update every year for the next 5 years. So that we know that when this is, it's gonna be going on for 50 years, they're saying, and nobody knows what's happening. I would like to have the people that are looking after it give some response back to our public and ourselves here, that we know what's happening on a yearly basis, and then after 5 years, once in the 5 years, until the end of the project, we get updates on financials, how much money's in there for decommissioning, and all of that sort of stuff, instead of just all at the front. We get it as it goes along. Is that possible to do that?
Ms. Gillam?
Yeah, so you're just hoping for like regular updates from the developer? So that is something like, when they come forward for a development permit, we could put as a condition of subdivision that they're required to provide us with yearly reports, including the following information, something of that nature.
And I would also like the public to know that, so an open house.
Oh, yeah, so if that's what
Yeah.
you wanted, we could require them to hold some sort of open house in the community on a yearly basis, so.
Yeah, because I'm worried that if something goes astray, we don't hear about it. But if you do it every year for the first 5 years, you're gonna know what their record is. And then after that, I think once every 5 years is probably enough until the end of the project.
Thank you. All right, so with that, we have a motion on the floor to grant first reading and proceed to a public hearing. Any other comments? Councillor Northcott?
Just another question for staff. With the large scale that we've seen on a lot of these renewable energy projects, the size and the scale that they've taken over and the destruction that they've had on the viewscape of many areas of Canada, what would be the repercussions, or could Clearwater County not have a bylaw that would just simply state that renewable energy systems are prohibited on agricultural lands in Clearwater County and only permitted for small scale residential use? Just to simplify it.
Ms. Haight, or Director Haight, or Ms. Gillam, one and two?
I would say that we could put whatever council so wishes in there, but at the same time, we are not the overall governing body. The AUC, if they approve it and we say no, it could still proceed. So we can't really say no. It's basically what the rules say.
Okay, follow-up?
No, I'll just leave it.
Okay, all right. So motion on the floor to grant first reading and proceed. Oh, Councillor Cermak, sorry.
But Ms. Gilman, we can put in those conditions.
Yeah, so like we're required to approve it if the AUC does, like but we can put in additional conditions to theirs that would, help, I guess, with the communication with the community and setbacks, things like that.
Thank you.
I'll save it for first read, or for the public hearing. Okay. All right, so with that, motion's on the floor. If there's no other questions or comments from council, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. Proceeding on now to item 5.4, which is the first reading of bylaw 25/017 for the land use amendment bylaw to include the renewable energy systems in land use bylaw number 450. And again, I believe it's Mr. Connolly, please.
Thank you, Reeve. This bylaw is the exact same as the previous one. It is just to amend the Caroline land use bylaw. With the PACE project, we can't make any changes to that, but when they do the development permit stage, we can impose conditions. So that is why we have come up with the amendment to Caroline's land use bylaw to put some conditions on their permit. Would you like me to go through the bylaw? It's the same changes as the previous one, so.
Looking at council, is council okay with, or do we need to go through it? Councilor Meloff?
Thank you, Reeve. I thought that in amalgamating our communities, that the existing bylaws and therefore changes to that bylaw would then be covered across them all? Or is it because we haven't repealed their land use bylaw yet, because we're working on the new bylaw, that this kind of awkward doubling up has to happen because of we haven't repealed theirs yet?
Correct. So because they haven't been repealed, we have to make an amendment because our current one doesn't cover the village as of yet.
Okay.
Until the new one is in place, so.
Can the amendment simply say that within hamlets, they just large scale industrial systems cannot be? And a period?
The AUC has already made the choice though, so if we put that, it still doesn't matter.
Then this is kind of moot, because you said that this needs to be done because of PACE for us to put conditions on PACE, but if this doesn't matter because AUC has already done it.
We can impose conditions, but we can't actually say it's not allowed if AUC has already approved it.
Right.
Okay. All right. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Director Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson, and thanks, Dawson, for explaining. So when the amalgamation occurred on January 1st, both land use bylaws come forward as they exist. So there would be no considerations within the Caroline land use bylaw for renewable energy, similar to Clearwater counties, because it wasn't contemplated when those were created. This duplicate seeming bylaw addresses the districts within Caroline. I think there's some slight variations based on the districts in the area. So it would apply to all types of installation, not just one application in particular. So administratively, we had anticipated one version being in the combined land use bylaw, and because of the timing for review and committee needing to re-review it, that's not coming any time this week, other than a draft version. So we proceeded with a standalone land use amendment bylaws for each land use bylaw so that there's at least something in both for now. And then those similar components would be incorporated back into that consolidated rewrite land use bylaw when the time comes, when council determines that's coming for public review.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. The former village was working with this solar installation company. Did they not have suggested provisions in their land use bylaw already? Because they were already working with a solar company.
They did not. They had a proposed land use bylaw amendment to include it, but it never went through.
Okay, so it's best if I just.
So if I can reiterate what Mr. Connolly has said, that once an AUC project has been identified and blessed, then our only fallback is to impede the restrictions through the permitting, development permit process. So maybe it's where we have this, am I understanding that correctly? So even though there's no bylaw, if we don't have a bylaw and this project proceeds, we have no restrictions or no parameters around that development permit for them to abide by, correct? If we don't have this renewable bylaw within the Caroline LUB. Sorry. Okay, go ahead, Director Haig.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. The current land use bylaw
does have provisions where development permit can have things like setbacks, et cetera, that they're not specific to this type of application. But without it, could we still condition a development permit? Perhaps, yes, we still could. But this would allow for more clarity.
Okay, thank you.
Did I get that right, Dawson?
Okay. Very good. All right. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. The conditions in the bylaw that the village had prepared, are those conditions covered in this bylaw as well?
They're separate. I can make sure that they're similar, but I think we had more conditions than what was in there proposed.
Okay, that was my question, that their conditions are basically included in this.
Okay. No other comments or questions? Motions on the floor. Councillor Gibson?
I can make a comment. The reason that we didn't go through with the land use bylaw for Caroline was when it was originally going on to be constructed, the government put a pause on renewable resources, and we felt that there was no sense us going through the whole, doing a bylaw, going through lawyers, using public funds for this, if the government would say, no, we're not going to be doing renewable resources. That is why we did not proceed with the bylaw.
Thank you for the background. All right. Seeing no other lights or comments, I'll call the question to grant first reading and proceed to a public hearing. Councillor Malhoff made the motion. Oh, sorry. Sorry, my fault. I'm looking at my partners. You were, sorry. I'm sorry. So I apologize. I will, sorry. So looking for a motion to grant first reading and proceed to a public hearing. Councillor Gibson will make that motion. Okay. Comments or questions on the motion? Go ahead, Councillor Malhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Just confirming that this allows for the public to come and talk to us about the changes these potentially proposed changes, and we still have the ability to make amendments throughout the process at the public's request. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no other lights, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. So we're going to adjust our agenda because I understand the applicant is here. So we will go to item 5.7, which is first reading of bylaw 25/024 to amend the land use bylaw. And we will please come forward. And okay. All right. So before we get started, let's just do a quick round of introductions. So go ahead.
Welcome, Jenny Malhoff, the Councillor for Ward 1. I almost said division again. I was doing so good.
Good morning, Daryl Peed, Councillor Ward 3.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Hello, Division 7 Council.
I still like division.
And we can.
Ridiculous.
Hello, Division 7 or Ward 7 Councillor in Reeve, Michelle Swanson.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Ward 4 Councillor.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Ward 5 Councillor or Division.
Good morning, Barbara Gibson, Councillor.
Good morning, Rhonda Serhan, Manager, Financial Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Good morning, Kim Gillum, Manager of Planning.
Morning, Adrian Clark, Planner.
Mike Evans.
Thank you. All right, so with that, I will turn the floor over to Mr. Clark to outline the background of this application, please.
Morning again. Thank you, Reeve. Bear Creek Valley Ranch currently holds title to Southeast 32/37/8 west of the 5th, containing approximately 159 acres. 59-acre parcel located 20 kilometers southwest of the town of Rocky Mountain House. Michael Evans has made application on behalf of the landowner to redesignate approximately 4.53 acres located in the southwest corner of the quarter section from agricultural district to CRA, Country Residential Agriculture District. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicant would then proceed with a subdivision application to create a separate title, create a separate 4.5 acre title. The proposed developed 4.53 acre CRA parcel contains a residence, several auxiliary buildings. The applicant has indicated that existing services include water well, septic tank systems. The proposed parcel is described as flat and heavily vegetated with mature trees. The Prairie Creek flows adjacent to the north property boundary of the proposed parcel. Access to the proposed CRA parcel can be obtained from an existing access off of Township Road 37-5 adjacent to the south property boundary. The balance of the quarter has a mixture of cleared pasture land with pockets of partially wooded areas in the northwestern and south central portion of the quarter section. Prairie Creek flows through the quarter section in a northeasterly direction with pockets of vegetation along the north and south banks. Two existing residential yard sites are located in the south central portion of the remainder of the quarter section. There is an existing developed residential subdivision taken out of the southwest portion of the quarter section as well. Access to the remainder of the quarter section can also be obtained from existing access road off of Township Road 37-5 adjacent to the south property boundary. The surrounding lands in the area is predominantly agriculture with some residential parcels, and the attached package provides more details, and the applicant is here to speak to the proposal as well. Has council had the chance to review policies associated with this application? Thank you. So, planning considerations is that the proposed redesignation will allow for the creation of a 4.53 acre residential parcel in the southwest corner of the quarter section. Legal and physical access exists to the proposed parcel and the balance of the quarter section. Staff has considered the impacts on adjacent farming activities and don't anticipate the proposal would negatively impact any farming operations because the proposed parcel is an existing residential parcel and will continue to be used for residential purposes. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel will be considered the third title out of the quarter section, which would align with MDP policy 10.2.2 and 10.210. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, is there any questions for the applicant or any comments or motions coming forward to approve first reading and proceed to a public hearing? Councillor Meloff.
Thank you, Eve. In looking at the survey, it's showing the well, and there's only a tank. There's not a field or a mound or a pump out? Just a holding tank?
Based off of the survey, there's only a holding tank.
Okay, is that, it's just a holding tank? Okay. Sorry, subsequent?
Yes.
So currently there's 3 residences on the existing property the way that it is?
Yes.
And so this, in doing this, this makes it an actually legal property because currently you're not allowed 3 residences on a property, right? You're allowed 2?
Yes. No, 12 residents on the remainder on the quarter section. They have been existing since 1962. So they, at that point in time, the bylaw did not require them to have a development permit application. So those residents on the remainder of the quarter section are considered legal residents. Okay, and also the third that manufactured home is also considered because it was placed prior to the adoption of what we know as the current land use bylaw.
Okay, so how old is the current residence, the one that we're discussing then?
The current residence, it is, I believe it's 91. Yes, 91.
Didn't they have the two resident rule in 1991?
In 1991, yes, they had the two residence rule. But prior, being that these residents were existing prior to the adoption of that land use bylaw, it would have been considered legal
For two,
for all the residents that are there.
for all three?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. This seems like a fairly straightforward question and actually gets things a little more in alignment. It's an existing parcel, isolated in the corner by the creek. So I would make the motion to grant first reading to bylaw 25/024.
Okay. Thank you for the motion. Any other comments or questions on the motion? Councillor Lahi?
Just one question around the proposal. I see there's a strip along the creek that is called environmental reserve right-of-way. I haven't seen that terminology before. Is that what we typically think of as an environmental reserve?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe, did you have a further question?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, so motion's on the floor to proceed to first reading, or to grant first reading and proceed to a public hearing. Councillor Northcott?
No, I've said this quite a few times in the past, but there was a public hearing, there was a survey done for the 2023 MDP. Open house, the third title did clearly indicated by the large majority of residents of Clearwater County, the third title was not desirable, but I will support first reading to be able to go to a public hearing.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other comments or questions, I will call the question. All those in favor of first reading? That motion's carried. Thank you. Thank you for coming in. Oh.
The third title, this would be there'd be the main farm, the acreage to the east of me, and then what I'm trying to subdivide. Is that only 2 out of the quarter, or is that the 3 includes the quarter itself?
Includes the quarter itself, yes. Yeah. Thank you. We'll see you at the public hearing. So with that, we're going to move on then to item 5.5, which is consideration of third reading for the Municipal Planning Commission, Bylaw 25/020. And turn that back over to Ms. Gillen, please.
I'm popular today.
Sorry. I like seeing you.
Following feedback from, Following feedback from a Clearwater County Strategic Planning Council meeting, Council Committee of the Whole meeting on September 16, 2024, Council adopted a revised MPC bylaw on October 22nd. At that time, changes to the MPC bylaw included removal of the mention of minister and requirement for a member appointed by the minister to be in attendance, addition of electronic participation in communications, permissions for MPC chairperson to sign on behalf of the MPC on decisions for second and third title subdivisions, explanation and clarification of closed portions of meetings for the MGA, and change to MPC appointment terms for public members to be for 2-year term. As of January 1st, 2025, Clearwater County amalgamated with the Village of Caroline, and both MPC bylaws came along with the new municipality. Planning Administration reviewed the Village of Caroline's MPC bylaw 503 from 1995 and noted that the following differences were that member terms of 1 year, number of members was 3, and the committee member conduct clauses. Staff felt that the Village's MPC bylaw variations are not material to the new municipality. Clearwater County, as the number of members and term length were discussed and were previously determined in October 2024, and MPC members' conduct would be governed under the Code of Conduct bylaw. the village MPC bylaw can be repealed with the new consolidation MPC bylaw 25/020, which is attached. Administration recommends council consider granting third reading to the Municipal Planning Commission bylaw 25/020 to repeal two existing bylaws being 1183-24 Clearwater County and 1995-503 for the Village of Caroline, creating a new Municipal Planning Commission bylaw for the new municipality, Clearwater County.
Thank you for the background. Any other comments or questions or a motion to grant third reading to the new Municipal Planning Commission bylaw? Councillor Gibson.
I will grant third reading recommend third reading to the Municipal Planning Commission bylaw 25/020 to repeal the two existing bylaws, 1183-24 Clearwater County and 1995-503 Village of Caroline, creating a new Municipal Planning Commission bylaw for the new municipality, Clearwater County.
Thank you for the motion. Any discussion on the motion? I think we're going through the check boxes as we're through this amalgamation. Councillor Northcott.
Some of the stuff in the municipal in this document is okay, but I did, as previous discussions, I did previously ask for a review that was a little bit more in depth than the review that actually took place. So the review that did take place really didn't truly capture the intent that I was looking for to improve the process of the Municipal Planning Commission. So for those reasons, I won't be supporting this this motion. There really never really truly was a cold eyes review of the whole document, and I did identify some improvements that did take place, and there, that did have some improvements on the MPC, but I think there's many more that could take place, but at this time I won't be supporting this motion.
Okay, thank you. All right, so with that, if there's no other comments or questions, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I will be supporting third reading and the repealing of the Village of Caroline document. While there's always room for improvement, and if those are found, we can make amendments again. I feel that the amendments that were made have been in the positive direction towards transparency and more streamlining our processes, allowing for more open meetings and agendas to be published, et cetera, has been a very positive thing. So I'll be supporting that, and if there needs to be more amendments as we go forward to make that process even more transparent and even more streamlined, I would happily make amendments to the document again. But the changes that we did make have been very positive.
Thank you. All right. So with that, I see no other lights. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion's carried. Now moving on to item 5.6 is the Regional Emergency Management Bylaw 25/019. And I'll turn that over to Director Haight, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Reeve Swanson, and good morning again, members of council. Before council is the Regional Emergency Management Bylaw 2519, and a little bit of the background. As council will recall, back in 2021, Clearwater County, the Village of Caroline, and the summer village of Burnstick Lake together applied for and received a ministerial order for a Regional Emergency Management Advisory Committee and the delegation of powers for Regional Advisory Committee for Emergency Management. Essentially, Clearwater Regional Emergency Management Advisory Committee having powers through their Regional Director of Emergency Management for those two separate municipality entities. And at that time, what that allowed for was one regional emergency management plan for the region, one regional emergency management exercise where each municipality would have been required to have their own independent, and then obviously working together in a regional aspect. So all of those amendments to the bylaws came as a result of that local authorities emergency management regulation changes in 2020. The lemmer is what it's lovingly called. So the lemmer prescribes some of those things that weren't in our bylaw of the day. So the bylaw was amended at that time to include mandatory plans, reviews, exercises, training requirements for the DEM and the elected officials, which I know you're all familiar with, having taken it, as well as how they delegate authority. And so at the time, the 3 municipal bylaws were adopted in order to receive that ministerial order. And then once that was received, it required the establishment of that joint emergency management committee, which we have. And then since that time, of course, council is also well aware, this is another one of those checking the box processes that as of January 1st, Clearwater County amalgamated with the Village of Caroline. And so both emergency management bylaws came along with the municipality. Similar in nature, although one indicated us having delegation of powers over the other. So before you is a new consolidated bylaw that administration recommends council providing 3 readings to, and that's bylaw 2519, calling it the Regional Emergency Management Bylaw, and it repeals 2 existing bylaws, 110821, which is Clearwater County's, that's attached in the package, as well as 2021-005, that would be the Village of Caroline's, attached in the package, and cleaning up the references to the former village. So essentially removing the Village of Caroline references. And that bylaw will effectively create a very similar but new regional emergency management bylaw for the new municipality, Clearwater County. No other material changes to the bylaw were proposed at this time. There's been no legislative changes since the last bylaw amendment. It seems to be working well as it stands.
Thank you. And in the past, we have all met as municipalities back in and we'll continue to do that every year, so I think that's great. Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you to Director Haggard for that background information. I'd be pleased to make the motion for first reading to bylaw 25019.
Thank you. Any discussion or comments on first reading? Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I certainly will be supporting first reading as well. I do have a question. I'm curious as to why the town isn't as part of this particular regional emergency bylaw, considering Clearwater Regional Fire is a regional entity and it does incorporate providing service to the town. So it's curious why the town isn't included in a regional emergency bylaw.
Director Hager.
Thanks, Reeve Swanson, and that's a great question, Councillor Milhoff. Back in 2019, when the last agreement of the region, it was formerly known as CREMA, Clearwater Regional Emergency Management Agency, that agreement expired, and the town chose not to renew it at that point. We still are regional from a fire service perspective, and in terms of intermunicipal fire services agreement, that is in play. And so certainly the considerations in an emergency related to fire services apply. Reciprocally, FCSS applies as well. So we have a mutual aid agreement with them. So it's a different agreement type. So not to say an agreement doesn't exist, it's just in a different format.
All right, so we have first reading, motion for first reading on the floor. Any other comments or questions? See no lights, I'll call the question. All those in favor, first reading. That motion's carried. Now looking for a motion for second reading. Councillor Cermak.
The council provides second reading of bylaw 25/019, Regional Emergency Management.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions on that motion? Seeing none. All those in favor for second reading. And that motion's carried. Now looking for motion for permission for third. Councillor Northcott.
I'll make the motion for permission for third reading.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? All those in favor? And the motion's carried. Now I'm looking for a motion for third reading. Councillor Radcliffe?
Yes, I will make that motion for third reading.
Okay, thank you. Call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you very much. So looking at the time, it is 11:15. We do have a delegation scheduled for 11:15. I will ask the delegation to please join us, and it is from the Rocky Mountain House Public Library. And you bet. Welcome, and we'll do a quick round of introductions and before we get started with the background.
Welcome, good to see you guys. Jenny Malhoff, the counselor for Ward 1.
Good morning, Daryl Wahid, Counselor for Ward 3.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Counselor for Ward 6.
Nice to see you again. Michelle Swanson, Ward 7, Counselor in Reef.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Ward 4, Councillor.
Good morning and welcome. Neil Ratcliffe, Ward 5 Councillor.
Hello again. Barbara excuse me. Barbara Gibson, Counselor.
Good morning, Rhonda Serhan, Manager, Financial Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Good morning, Sydney Graham, the Community and Recreation Coordinator.
Good morning, I'm Ben Worth, the manager at the Rocky Mountain House Public Library.
And good morning, I'm Lori Pratt. I am the chair of the Rocky Mountain House Public Library Board.
Perfect, thank you. So with that, if there's any background that you want to offer, Ms. Graham, and then we'll proceed. Go ahead.
Absolutely, I will go through the staff recommendation and background for you guys. It is my privilege to bring forth this highly anticipated presentation, and I'm excited for you guys to get to receive it today. So the staff recommendation will be that council receives the Town of Rocky Mountain House Public Library presentation as information. And, excuse me, the background. The Rocky Mountain House Public Library Manager, Ben Worth, and Board Chair Lori Pratt are here to share information about the various services and resources that the Rocky Public Library provides to the community. While discussing the library budget on the October 22nd, 2024 council meeting, council expressed a desire to learn more about these services and resources. The agreement between the Clearwater County, Town of Rocky Mountain House, and Rocky Public Library was reviewed last year. As per the agreement, the Town of Rocky Mountain House bylaw and the at the annual organizational meeting, Clearwater County Council recommends members at large and a councillor to be on the Rocky Mountain House Public Library Board. Town Council may then appoint the recommended members to the board. Clearwater County's portion of the Rocky Mountain House Public Library budget 2025 is $219,000. This reflects 50% of the costs to operate and maintain the library building and 50% of the library's appropriation costs. The agreement was set up this way because the library serves both Clearwater County and town residents.
Thank you. So with that, I'll turn it over to both Lori and Ben, and you may start with your presentation.
Great. So thank you so much, Reef Swanson, counselors, staff. It's truly an honor to be here today to present to council today on the behalf of the board of the Rocky Mountain House Public Library. So myself, I grew up in Clearwater County, raised in the Bingley, South Timey area. And so from the time I could read, my mother would take us into Rocky on Saturdays, and we would pick out our selection of books for the next 2 weeks. As we got older, it was almost a competition between my brother and I to see if we could get through the full quota of 14 that we had picked from the visit before. I remember going to the library when it was at the bottom of the Mountaineer building and how exciting it was to have the new building over in its current location. The books and stories I read fed my sense of adventure and a certain sense of dramatic flair as I've become the heroine in my own life. Fast forward 40 years and our library has changed, as have the needs of our community. It's not just the cosmetic changes. Does anybody remember that sunken entrance we used to have at the front? We've moved beyond books. You can now browse the internet, learn ukulele, book out a bird watching kit, and most of all, you can speak above a whisper. As our community has evolved, the library has as well. Yet our public library continues to be a welcoming space for families, children, and individuals looking for something to read or do, or needing help with printing, accessing genealogy records, to foster the love of learning and knowledge, to have a safe space to access that knowledge. As it says in my favorite children's book, The Phantom Toll Booth, you can swim all day in the sea of knowledge and not get wet. Our library welcomes those who wish to dive in or just dip a toe, whether it be for assistance with their resume or to join a gaming tournament. And if you haven't been in for a while, please stop by and make sure your library card is up to date. We are in the initial steps of updating our plan of service, also known as our strategic plan this year, and we'll be referring to council's own planning documents and seeking input from the community to ensure we continue to adapt and meet our community's needs. I'll turn it over to our library manager, Ben, to make any further comments, and we'd also be happy to answer any questions council may have.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, we just really want to make sure, to express our appreciation for council's support of the library over all these years and going forward, and to really make sure that you're all aware of the wide breadth of resources and services that your public library has to offer. Whereas, you say library, books is going to be that first thing that comes to mind. But as you can see from that iceberg, diagram that we sent in, it's so much more than that. That, whether you're an avid reader or not, or maybe just can't find the time in your day to pick up a book and read, the library does offer so much more, including other formats of media. If audiobooks are more your speed, those are available in physical and digital options. We have a wide variety of programs for people of all ages in our community. Of course, our children's programs are extremely popular and well attended, but we have programs for adults, teens, lots of after school activities, and as well, our public computers are used quite a lot. Some people it's just recreational, they're browsing, they're catching up on correspondence, but we also have services and staff support with people looking to update the resumes, apply for work, and look for information. And yeah, really, I could go on and on about all the variety of services, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Very good, thank you. I know with COVID, you guys had to do a little bit of a pivot during that year or two when things were there, and I remember you guys introducing the online trivia games and having members sign in and play the trivia. I thought that was pretty good. And I know I've participated in your showcase movies, which I really appreciate you guys bringing in those documentaries and giving the public, the residents, an opportunity to vote on those and then bringing those in. I think they're always great. And I think that your hours are great because not everybody can get in during the regular work hours when you have those extended hours, especially after in the evening. I think it's great especially for business people to come in, and if they need a resource, it's always available. And you guys have been very welcoming in that. I've heard nothing but good comments about the staff there. Are always welcoming, accommodating, and very helpful. So kudos to you guys with that. So, Councillor Ratcliffe, then I'll go Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you. Do you have any statistics on, the number of books that go out in a year, or the number of active library cards?
Yeah, actually, I do have last year's statistics on total borrowing. So last year, we loaned out a total of 116,000 physical items and just under 13,000 digital items, so ebooks and e-audiobooks, so for a total of about 130,000 total circulation from our library alone.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And if you had the number of active users or library cards, or sorry,
I don't have that figure in front of me.
Okay. An unfair question.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
We can get that for you though, Councillor Ratcliffe.
It's just for interest to know the magnitude of the work you're doing there.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll follow up with that exact figure with council.
Sure. Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. My question was along the same line. If you have any data associated with your programming and how it's impacting the community, because the impact to the community goes far beyond books, and being a hub in the community people can go to, and I'm just curious if you have some data on that as well. So it sounds like you'll be able to provide that at a later date.
Yeah.
But a follow-up question actually to staff is, obviously, we've taken on another library with the amalgamation with the Village of Caroline, and does that impact any of the agreements, service provisions of the library here, and do we need to adjust any of the agreements with that change?
Ms. Graves?
So they are not going to be related. According to the Library Act, you can only have one library board appointed by a municipality. So that will be the Nordeg and Caroline libraries combined. We're currently working through that in the terms of reference and working with those library boards. We're gonna be meeting with them to make sure it's set up how it works best for everyone. So there are going to be documents and agreements and everything for that, and it's not going to pertain to the town of Rocky.
Coming to a council meeting near us.
Stay tuned.
Councillor Northcott?
No, I just, I didn't realize, like, I always thought of libraries as books. And then I had the opportunity to sit on the Caroline Library Board, and the contributions to the community that library does, like, it offers people access to CRA, there's seniors activities, there's crafting, there's super seniors sometimes, there's so many events there that happen that are such a benefit to the community and residents, and really the success of the library is often the commitment made by staff that the managers at the library. So thanks for the presentation.
Thanks. And if I may, Reeve, just a couple of things to note. We do get those stats, the majority of those stats come in on a monthly report to the board, so I'm sure we can find a way to forward it to council if that is helpful. And when speaking of to the breadth of services, it's interesting within each community how, because since I've become a part of the library board here in Rocky Mountain House, going out and seeing other libraries and finding out, for example, Bentley has cooking supplies as well as snowshoes that they lend out as well. So we're constantly looking, and I know Ben is amazing in looking at other needs within the community and what we can bring in to further support. So yes, we have gone way beyond books.
Councillor Cermak?
I really appreciate the presentation, but I'm all about the kids, so I'd really like to know what your after-school kids program, what does it all entail?
Yeah, with our after-school kids programs, we have a couple. We have our Hamago program, which is, hanging around, geeking out, Hamago, is that it? Yeah. So we have that as well as other programs where we try to do a variety of different activities, week to week. So sometimes it'll come in and it'll be, crafting, making the largest toothpick and marshmallow tower you can make. Sometimes it'll be, different kind of engineering feats with different craft supplies. And we try to, there'll be art or painting or other kinds of crafting or just really varying it week to week. Sometimes we'll bring in special presentations. Like actually we're already working on our summer reading club, which of course when school's out, we run programs Monday through Friday to make sure there's something for kids in our community almost every day. So for that, we'll also bring in special presentations, like Medicine River Wildlife. We'll bring in animals for the kids to see and learn about local wildlife, environmental stewardship. Occasionally we'll bring in presenters from Alberta Fish and Wildlife. So it is a very wide variety on top of the reading component, which we of course encourage over the summer as well and after school, year round. Yeah.
So you get great participation from the kids?
Oh yeah, actually I can, so last year we had a total of 338 children's programs with an attendance of 3,716 children.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Are there any other questions from council? Other than I wish I was a kid and I was participating in after-school program.
Yeah, and what's really great about what the library staff has done is they've gone beyond that that younger age and bridging the gap into the teenage years. And that's where, you know, the gaming really comes into, you know, and welcoming the kids in for that, whatever age they are. So, you know, it's phenomenal because as our society has evolved, the definition of literacy has evolved, and it's important to look at all of those needs, not just the traditional view of literacy.
For sure. Awesome. Councillor Northcott?
I was just gonna say, I don't think there's a motion on the table. at this
No,
point,
there
is
isn't.
So I'd make the motion that council receives the Town of Rocky Mountain House Public Library presentation for information.
Thank you for the motion. Any other comments or questions on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you for the motion.
May I just close, Reeve?
You bet.
Thank you so much. Our library board and community are very grateful for the ongoing financial support of Clearwater Council. And on a personal note, from the 6-year-old child who ran her fingers along the rows of book spines, amazed at the magic within. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in. I appreciate that.
Thank
Have
you.
a great day.
You too.
You bet. Oh, absolutely, it's fantastic. All right, so with that, we are at 11:30, we have another delegation. So we'll continue on our timeline of our delegation. So I have Ms. Foisier to come forward as a concerned citizen and do her presentation, please. Welcome. So we'll do a quick round of introductions before we get started.
Good to see you again, Jenny Melhoff, Councillor for Ward 1. I will get it, I swear.
Good morning, Bylaws, Councillor Ward 3.
Welcome, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Ward 6.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Ward 7, Councillor in Reeve.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Ward 4 Councillor.
Good morning, Christine. Neil Ratcliffe, Ward 5 Councillor.
Good morning, Barbara Gibson, Councillor.
Good morning, Rhonda Serhan, Manager of Financial Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Okay. And so with that, I'll turn the floor over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here. I just want to say that there are people here watching, and I didn't ask anyone to be here. Everybody's here on their own free will, and so I'm using my voice to speak for a lot of concerned people. And I'm sticking to my script because I could go off on a lot of tangents if I don't.
Sounds good.
So I, Christine Foisier, am a ticketed tradeswoman and owned a small business in Rocky for 12 years. I currently sit on the Land Care Committee and the Heritage Advisory Committee, and I am a Clearwater County, born and raised, concerned resident. I am speaking to you all today as I am concerned over the state of affairs at a global, federal, provincial, and most importantly, a municipal level. Back in 2006, I read Al Gore's An Inconvenient Truth, and in 2009, I got a diploma in environmental science, and I'm here to share an inconvenient truth with you. My grandpa, Ed Howe, was a World War II veteran who landed in the Caroline area in the 1950s and built his own homestead farm and did quite well for himself. Whenever I asked my grandpa to tell me stories about being in the war, he only ever had one story he would tell and refused to talk otherwise. The story he would tell was when he was wounded behind enemy lines in Belgium by shrapnel. He managed to grab his rifle and crawl into a shelled house to wait to hopefully be rescued. He got into the house and a wounded German soldier was already in there. He said they were taught, shoot or be shot, but he couldn't pull the trigger as this war wasn't between them. They had become victims of it from both sides. They laid there for 4 days wounded before they were rescued. The moral of the story is we are all just human, and we are often put in positions to fight a war against our fellow man for those in power whom we have never even met. I now understand why this was the only story Grandpa could tell, as it spoke to the truth of good human nature, and the rest of the stories would have revolved around the dark side of human nature, trauma, and innocent lives lost. My grandpa was adamant that his daughters and grandchildren learn the skill of critical thinking and to question everything. As a community here, we are being pitted against each other. I'm third generation since the homestead was created, and yet I feel like there is no way I can have or do what my grandparents did. Imagine what that means for our children and grandchildren. I understand there is the strong narrative that critical thinkers are spreading misinformation, or as stated in the February 25th council meeting, crying wolf. Who is really crying wolf? It is the WHO, the World Health Organization, and the WEF, the World Economic Forum, funded private for-profit Alberta Health Services, Public Health Authority, and bureaucrats for climate change. I'm sure you've all heard the analogy of the frog in boiling water. Collectively, we are that frog. However, there are some of us who never did jump in the pot, thanks to our grandparents and parents teaching us critical thinking skills. And we are speaking out publicly for the halting of this dystopian and totalitarian takeover. We are losing sight of humanity and edging ever closer to a totalitarian regime, also known as the New World Order, a term recently used by Chrystia Freeland. Every day, more and more, especially reading the LUB, we are starting to believe we are just tenants and serfs on the land and slaves to the corporations and systems in place. People are not only feeling defeated, but stressed out and strapped financially, which is also part of the agenda to bring us to our knees to be willing slaves to sign up for biometric security, digital ID and currency, or MAID in the ward. Linguistically, it's disturbing that we have been reduced to wards. According to Black's Law Dictionary, the definition of ward, guarding, care, charge, a territorial division, division of a prison, hospital, or asylum, an infant placed by authority of law under the care of a guardian, the person over whom or over whose property a guardian is appointed is called his ward. I attended an early engagement meeting regarding the LUB back in late 2023. I had started to read the LUB and make notes of all the things I see wrong with it. I admit I never filled out the survey feedback forms because there is so much frustratingly wrong with it. I could go on for 20 pages pointing out errors, confusing language, repetitive paragraphs, doublespeak, open-ended options for opinions and discretion, limiting timeframes and setback requirements, and the overreach that is already in play here. My concerns and the concerns of others are much more than what I can communicate to you today. After attending the public engagement meeting, I tried to get other residents involved with their input and to sign up for board committees, to which I was only met with disheartened defeat on how the MDP was rammed through with their concerns being ignored. We have a huge problem with complacency due to the high cost of living and apathy because of how our last and current council have handled things across the board, from COVID lockdowns to MDP rewrite, strategic plan and amalgamation mowing over residents' concerns. We have seen how petitions are useless, as not only did the majority who showed up speak against the MDP, but they also had a petition with roughly 400 opposed signatures in hand, and that was discounted as not relevant. What can we do to get the people re-engaged in their future, our children's future, and the decisions of council? How can we leave the illusion of democracy behind and bring direct democracy back into play? Public engagement, education, and input is part of the UN narrative, only to give residents the illusion that their voices matter. As quoted from the private consulting firm 13 Ways Inc., employee Doug Griffiths, involved in the strategic plan, says, "Democracy can trip itself up now and again, particularly when we give too much power to the people. We create problems by relying too often on direct democracy rather than trusting in representative democracy. In representative democracy, we hand power to politicians to make decisions on our behalf. In direct democracy, we give people the power to vote on specific issues directly. We, the people, want our power and say back. We are sick of not being heard or listened to because of this representative democracy. We want direct democracy back, and we've had enough of the control structure and our lives being in the hands of people whom we have never even met. It doesn't seem to matter if many neighbors give input to appeal a decision, the boards will override the majority. We are really starting to see here how majority no longer matters, that it truly is already a dictatorship from the top down. As stated in the February 25th council meeting, but not exactly quoted here, it's important to get this done so that recreational vehicles aren't illegal this summer. So since we are already non-compliant in so many ways with the current LUB bylaw 714/01, our first and foremost in importance of consideration to the 2025 rewrite needs to be a grandfather clause. Without a grandfather clause, this will get really complicated and difficult for people. Can council and administration see how this needs to slow down and be looked at closer? Is it a rush to get in place to pass off accountability on the last council and hire more compliance officers to start making money from fines that will financially burden people further and force compliance, or take their property when they can't afford fines or force compliance? One major concern many residents have with the LUB that there is just too much in the opinion of, to the discretion of, to the satisfaction of, or deeming going on throughout the entire document. So much of this comes down to whether the development officer likes you or not, and opinion. In fact, I'm sure some of you have already seen that according to an AI analysis, 40 to 44% of the current LUB is discretionary language. This discretionary language needs to be reconsidered and is a good reason to really slow this down for a closer look. Discretionary language is a weapon. I respectfully request that council make a motion to slow down the LUB rewrite and not have any first reading on it until a new council is established in October, so that this can go through with the residents' input of needs and wants actually included. How is it that the lawyers who are getting paid to review the document get a month or two to review the LUB draft, yet we residents who are affected by it and do not get paid to participate will only get 2 weeks, maybe a month, with a proposed public engagement on May long weekend? Why is the request by majority residents for workshop-style participation being ignored? In your information, I included some basic highlights from the COP28 meeting and IAP2 International Association for Public Participation. I encourage you to look at IAP2 core value number 1, quote, public participation is based on the belief that those who are affected by a decision have a right to be involved in the decision-making process. This statement tells us that there is no actual input we can have. We can only have the belief of being involved in decision-making. It's all in the wording, and most people fail to see what is actually being said in many of these organizations, acts, statutes, and bylaw documents. Our urban planning LUB consultant is a P2 trained practitioner through IAP2, according to her own LinkedIn profile. IAP2 uses deceitful and tactical methods for pushing the UN Sustainable Development Goals into all municipalities, with 70 more mandates to be implemented by 2030. The urban planner specializes in community engagement and open communication. There has been a lack of both. I wanted to see who her team was, and it turns out she's the only one on the team. I'm curious who we and she is referring to on her website. I respectfully request that council consider making another motion for firing the private consulting firm. Stettler County Number 6 has recently withdrawn from its partnership in the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. It's not just your residents taking action, Albertans the province over, and Canadians across the country are trying to stop this totalitarian control from coming down the pipes into our rural communities. Clearwater County is a partner in FCM, and we are in other public-private partnerships and agreements with organizations connected to the UN SDGs, and we need to take action now to turn the ship around before it's too late. We need to withdraw from all these partnerships, and especially any Partners for Climate Protection agreements. I included a printout from the Kickley organization in Ontario, which outlines statistics on climate change pulled from government websites to prove just how Alberta and Canada is already a net carbon sink. I and others used to believe climate change was real, but enough research has led us to see the hoax and money laundering scheme that it is. We could band together with other counties like Stettler, Wheatland, Brazeau and Thorhild, etc., and push back against the province. We can take our people power back at a local level. The bigger UN agenda was put into play over a couple decades ago, pre-2001 LUB, when the Alberta government retracted and cut off Municipal Planning Commission funding and forced it into not-for-profit private consulting firms' hands. Many of your residents feel as I do, or feel similar, that our rights and freedoms are being eroded daily. But many feel powerless to make any change or use their voices to voice concerns for fear of backlash, public shaming with gaslighting terms, and/or targeting by compliance officers. I was told by my former business banker in 2023 that there are many business clients fleeing this area to other countries in hopes of less tyranny there. How can we be preaching economic growth when the business banker is openly admitting the backbone of the local economy is fleeing this area? This brings me to reading about bonds and securities in the LUB. Basically, the county will be liable for nothing and only residents held liable. Where are the bonds and securities from the county for the Caroline residents when their properties lose value because no one wants to live next to a solar panel pollution eyesore? Is the county going to buy up Caroline properties, or is BlackRock? My understanding of the solar stations in Medicine Hat and Innisfell is not that they were feeding much power to the grid, but just generating green carbon credits to sell to big corporations, likely overseas, to offset their carbon footprint. How is it that China can come here to mine coal and we go coal dirty, yet it happens anyways, and they ship it back to China to produce solar panels, and then it's sold back to us as clean green energy? Talk about an oxymoron. Where is the bonded security as Caroline is losing the quiet, beautiful community we once had? Solar is the second least efficient source of energy next to wind. I hope that our sense of community is still intact enough to band together and pull out of these climate change and UN SDG partnerships where we can. I included the flow chart to remind everyone that the people are at the top and council is to work for us, and we need direct democracy back.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and I can assure you that your comments will be brought forward at the next Council of Committee and the Public Advisory Committee when we gather again to review the LVB on April 3rd. We do have, will be released to the public, as mentioned prior, that the draft LUB will be released to all the public the end of March. And so that way everyone will have an opportunity to review it. And when we meet, like I said, through the Public Advisory Committee of your peers and the Committee of Council, we will have this discussion at that point in time. And I appreciate you bringing this forward. So, awesome. Okay, so with that, we will have you back. We have a motion to accept Christine's presentation as information at this time. Councillor Northcott?
I do have a motion, it's just not to accept it for information, but it is regarding the land use bylaw rewrite project. So, and I have had many concerns and many discussions with residents of the community, so I'd like to make a motion at first reading of the land use bylaw. I'd like to make a motion for that the first reading of the land use bylaw rewrite project take place after the 2025 municipal election.
Okay. Motion by Councillor Northcott. Any comments or questions on the motion that Councillor Northcott has tabled? Go ahead, Councillor Lougheed. Oh, no, Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I agree, Councillor Northcott. I just have a question for administration. How much is it costing us to push this? Couple $100,000?
I haven't figured out the cost. You know, council's been very clear that the public would get more than 2 weeks. And if the administrative process takes too much time, where it does crowd that, then council's also said that it would be pushed.
Okay.
I haven't been given those dates yet because it's still under review.
And the document based on, I believe it was a motion from Deputy Reeve Cermak, will be released March 31st. And are we on track for that to be the case?
We haven't received it back yet from legal, but we haven't heard different.
So a motion pushing it, pushing first reading to after the next election will not impede releasing the document?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions on the motion on the floor? Councillor Northcott?
I'll just add one little bit more thing. I'd like to request a recorded vote.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I think we're kind of on the edge of whether passing the revisions, and there are some good changes in the land use bylaw that people have been asking for. So I think getting through the process, we may or may not be able to achieve that anyway. But if we push this to the next election, then there will be a study period for the next council to get up to speed and review all those changes before it could be passed. And, you know, considering that there are overdue changes in the bylaw that benefit many residents, I won't be able to support this motion. I'd like to see if we can get it passed through all the public engagements that are required. I don't want to give up on it yet.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lougheed?
Just one question. I know transparency has been very important to this council, and we've created a process of notice of motion. I believe this falls outside of that notice of motion process. I didn't understand we'd be having a decision like that today and preparing all the information for that kind of decision. Although I know, as Councillor Ratcliffe said, that many things are time sensitive, and there may, the sands of time may run out of time before we have the ability to get that full public input. I still think we need to observe the process that we're trying to do here to create transparency in our decisions, and I don't think the public has had adequate notice that there would be a motion such as Councillor Northcott's considered here. So that is why I cannot support that motion at this moment. I think it will likely be the outcome, but as far as it being a motion brought off the top of the hat without notice of motion, I can't support it.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? I know for myself, I'm committed to the process, and on April 3rd, when we go through our workshop with the Public Advisory Committee and the balance of the Committee of Council, Should that decision come out that we postpone, there'll be more robust discussion at that point in time. And so I would prefer to wait until that meeting has progressed, so I will not be supporting the motion at this point in time either. Anyone else? Seeing no more lights, I'll call the question. All those in favor of postponing the first reading of the LUB until after the next election? All those in favor? All those opposed? That motion is defeated. All right, so looking for a motion to receive the information, the presentation from Ms. Borzier as information. You'll make that motion, Count? Thank you, Councillor Northcott. All those in favor? No. Oh, the word, okay. That the council receive the information for presentation for information. Okay, yeah, so that was carried. Or do I call the question again? All those in favor? I'll repeat that. Okay, thank you. That is carried. All right, looking at the time, I think we are going to take our break, lunch break, and reconvene at 12:45. afternoon. Welcome back. We have just finished our lunch and we are at item 5.8 of the agenda, which is consideration of first, second, and third readings of the bylaw for the 2025/026 Heritage Committee bylaw in terms of reference. And with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Whitman. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Council. I hope everybody is having a great day. I just wanted to give a little bit of background first. The Heritage Grant Advisory Committee was formed in 2018, and at that time, the sole purpose was to administer the grant. We would like to propose a change to that and include the acquisition and deaccession of artifacts within the Nordic Discovery Center. And then there's also like small other changes included as well. And then we also added the terms of reference as a schedule within the bylaw. And that one has quite a few changes in it. If you guys would like to go through them, that'd be lovely.
Go ahead.
And so I don't know what page it's on, but it's in the red. Well, I can get started with obviously the bylaw number is going to change. And this is going to be changed from, the original bylaw was a committee bylaw, so now it's going to be taken out of that in its own separate bylaw. And we would also like to propose a name change as well, taking out grant in the name and just having it as the Heritage Advisory Committee. So for number 4, application, we're going to be, sorry, I'm just gonna go in my notes here. The addition of accessioning and deaccessioning, it's not technically accessioning, it's acquisition. So it's going to be where the committee will get to look at a report and choose which items are going to be accepted into the Nordic Discovery Center artifact collection, and then also which items we can deaccession, which means to remove from the collection. We wanted to change that there's no alternate members of council and members at large, so it's just going to be 3 members at large and 2 members of council. And then that's the same under membership as well. And then the last bit on the bylaw, it's really just the same as the old bylaw, just a little smidge of a change. Just the addition of the compliance that was added in there, and then again, the name change, or the bylaw number change. Is there any questions about the bylaw?
Councillor Melhoff?
Would there be any reason for us not to be as prescriptive about just the Nordic Discovery Center? Like, is there other artifacts or other areas in which we should be considering and not just the Nordic Discovery Center?
We don't have anywhere to house them. The only place to house things at this time is at the Nordic Discovery Center and for that area. Like if you're meaning where
Well, we're extremely large, so if we're only considering items that impact the Nordig and the Nordig area and not items that are reflective of Clearwater County as a whole, I think we're missing the rest of the entire municipality. We have quite a rich history outside of Nordig as well, and perhaps the Heritage Committee should recognize all of Clearwater County, not just Nordig.
Right. I'm not aware of anywhere else that we could have that. The Caroline Wheels of Time Museum is also an option, but we don't own that at all. So that's their separate entity. Yeah. And same with Rocky, yeah.
So perhaps a collaboration of some sort. I think you do collaborate with the other museums, correct?
Yep.
Yeah,
you betcha.
So something like that.
Or even a reference in this bylaw that is done, that we collaborate with them? in some way? Or is this not the place to reference them all?
To my knowledge, this was supposed to be just for the Nordic Discovery Center, for the collection itself. And that's how I had it.
Okay. All right. Yeah, go ahead, Tracy.
And I'll ask for Ms. Wedman's help on this, but I do believe that the Discovery Center is accredited according to museum licensing operations.
No, the Discovery Center is not.
Okay.
The accreditation was, I don't know, was taken away a few years ago.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
So this bylaw is just specific to the Nordic Discovery Center. And I suppose if it's something that council would like to amend to include, or to not be specific to the Nordic Center, I don't know, is that a possibility?
I find that might get messy a little bit, just because this is specifically for acquisition and deaccessioning of artifacts that are already in the collection, and that would be the job of the Heritage Advisory Committee. So unless we have somewhere else that has a collection, then at this point, it wouldn't really be relevant.
So the intent then is just specific to the Nordic Discovery Center.
Sorry, yes, thank you. Then perhaps it should not be the Heritage Advisory Committee, but then the Nordic Advisory, because it's not for the all of Clearwater County, it's only for that area then.
No. So that's just for the collection itself. For the advisory part is also for the grant that's in there. So we're gonna be, the Heritage Advisory Committee is going to be still dealing with the grant that is open to all of Clearwater County.
Okay.
So it is inclusive of everywhere. It's just that administration decided that it would be helpful to have public in assisting in the acquisition and deaccession so that there's more public awareness and input.
Then perhaps maybe just even in the whereas clauses, somehow representing that the team will work towards ensuring that we work with the Wheels of Time Museum and the Rocky Museum to ensure that those portions of the county are covered by another entity of some form for any artifacts they come up with. I was trying to come up with suggestions on how we include all of the county in this and not just Nordic.
Honestly, I think it is included in there. It's just not included in the Nordic, like the collection of the Nordic Discovery Center, because that is only Nordic. That's the only part that's changed. Everything else is still inclusive.
It's still fully encompassing all
Yeah,
of the county.
100%. And then we also have agreements with the Rocky Museum and the Caroline Museum and stuff like that too.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. Sorry. I can see the possibility of where the county may be gifted someone's tractor collection or whatever, and it would then be on loan to the Caroline Museum or the Leslieville Museum or the museum here, but still remain the property of the county. But really, my question is about the granting, and I have that on page 220. And that is where a project is not successfully completed that has been awarded the grant from the county, from the historical grant.
Sorry, I'm not sure where.
The top of page 220.
Do you have the other one, the smaller number off of 11?
Okay.
No.
Okay. Oh, there it is. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so
Oh, we're way like, okay.
my concern is where an organization may receive a grant and start the project, and for whatever reason, maybe the group falls apart or they're unable to complete it, but they have expended some of the funds.
Mm-hmm.
This appears to require the total amount to be refunded.
Yes, it does read that way. I can always add in there that an extension, if an extension is needed, that it's, like, that's a possibility with written.
Yes, so the organization could probably account for what they have spent so far. And, you know, I think they should just need to return the balance,
Okay. Okay.
if that's reasonable. Rather than having to, whatever might be left of an organization having to come up with everything, the original grant total.
Okay, I can bring that back to the committee and
Okay.
we can have a discussion on that.
All right. Otherwise, this is a very thorough document, I think.
Are there any comments or questions so far? If not, I continue on the terms of reference.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Cermak.
This Heritage Fund, does that include this signposts that we're putting out for all these different schools?
No, so that is separate. That was a separate agreement with Clearwater County and the Rocky Egg Society. And then they have also applied to this grant for the heritage signs as well.
But isn't it part of the heritage?
It is, yes.
Oh, it is, okay.
So we're on Schedule A for the advisory committee. And again, the name changed. The second part under authority, that just has, oh, sorry, that's where I accidentally highlighted the wrong section. It's the one above it. It's just including the Nordic Discovery Center's artifact collection. Under voting, again, that'll be the 2 county councilors and 3 public members. And then it'll be appointed for a 3-year term instead of a 2-year term, just so that there's more knowledge passed down from previous members. And then there's the addition of having electronic attendance and and email voting in there as well. And then because we changed it from 3 years, we had to change the successive terms to 9 years so that it was conducive with that. The artifact acquisition and deaccession, I'm working on a policy right now and some procedures that will accompany that, and those will be under this section here. Under advisory and non-voting members, we just added in that it's the Director of Ag and Community Services and the Heritage Coordinator. And then under CCHAC meetings, and it's talking about the review, approve, or deny artifacts in the Nordic Discovery Center collection. And then it's also talking about donation applications and deaccession requests. Sorry, we're almost done, I promise. The last page is the CCHAC responsibilities, and that again will include the Discovery Center collection, and then so that's the acquisition and donations and the deaccession of artifacts. And then the last page is for the email guidelines. I just wanted there to be a bit of a process there so that everybody knew how to proceed. And that is it.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments for Ms. Whitman? Go ahead, Councillor Bylaw.
Thank you, Reeve. Does our meeting procedures bylaw not outline electronic voting, et cetera, already? So having another add-on that may be different than our meeting procedures already
You know, I wasn't aware of that,
Can we
so
just
yeah.
reference our current procedures, or is it not encompassing enough to have it just reference the current meeting procedures bylaw?
Yeah, I can just reference it and take that out.
Unless there's a piece in it that isn't referenced in our meeting procedures bylaw, I think that would be that would make the most sense to, we have a fairly well laid out meeting procedures bylaw, so just having that rather than extra for email voting might make the most sense, unless Ms. Haight thinks that there's something different in our meeting procedures bylaw than your email voting terms reference.
Because this is a new bylaw, we're creating the standalone this is council's committee as a standalone. When we reference, I'm just thinking of the members at large that come on, maybe it's easier through that way instead of creating a whole, giving them two documents to reference. It's kind of easier than this way, just to give them the ones where it has the, all the, you know, a reference to the electronic voting in and of itself. I understand where you're coming though, Councillor Milhoff, with, because we do reference the procedures bylaw as well, so it just depends on the new members coming on. Go ahead.
Sorry, thank you, Reeve. The same can be said for our code of conduct, right? So we just reference our code of conduct that the members are subject to, rather than creating a whole new code of conduct that goes by this. So that's why I'm like, if we use our procedures bylaw that we already have and reference it here, rather than creating something new, then council also is only changing one document in the event that we want to change the way that email voting takes place. We just change the procedures bylaw rather than having to change all of the separate bylaws that are associated to that.
Ms. Haight? And just to clarify council's procedure bylaw, there is no procedure, so to speak, for voting by email. The procedures for electronic or attendance at electronic meetings is covered. But there is no provisions in that procedure bylaw for voting by email.
Okay, no, thank you. That's what I was trying to get to. Like, if there wasn't already a rule for this, then that makes sense. So since seeing as how we don't have one, then it makes sense to have this in. And if this is something we're doing at a lot of them, perhaps we need to add an email voting provision in our procedures bylaw as well, so that it, more than just this board can do it, right?
It's something to look into for sure. I'm just not certain, like there's no, no provisions in the MGA allowing for votes by email. So, but definitely something that could be looked into to just clarify.
Thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I like that part of your evaluation for these grants is, you know, providing extra benefit to the community as an attraction or an amenity. So that's good. I would then make the motion that council grant first reading to the Heritage Advisory Committee Bylaw 25/026.
Okay, thank you. Motion on the floor to grant first reading. Any other comments or questions on granting first reading? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Any other comments or questions? If not, looking for a motion for second reading. Councillor Lougheed, thank you. Councillor Lougheed moves second reading. Any other comments, questions? All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Looking for, I believe, we need unanimous consent for third reading, to grant third reading. Looking for a motion to grant third reading. Councillor. Okay, thank you, Councillor Northcott. Any other comments, questions? Call the question. All those in favor? Well, that's carried. And then granting third reading. Motion for that, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Motion for third reading.
Okay, thank you. And again, no more comments, questions. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you for coming in. And I believe that's good. Because I've seen there's 2 paragraphs there for staff recommendation. Okay, Tracy Lynn.
Included in this report is a recommendation to grant first, second, permission for third, and third reading for the council committees bylaw 27/027. As a result of council adopting the bylaw for the advisory committee that requires adjustments to or requires a new bylaw for council committees. It's administration's intent to eventually have individual bylaws for each individual council committee. However, at this time, bylaw 1035 did include the Clearwater County Heritage Grant Advisory Committee. It also included the Leslieville and Condor Area Structure Plan Steering Committee, which that project has been completed, and so it's no longer required. So just for housekeeping purposes, administration is asking that council consider new bylaw to replace bylaw 1035, and that's attached in this item, bylaw number 25/027.
Okay. So looking for a motion to grant first reading for the, I'm just reading here, of the council committee bylaw 27/027 as presented for the purpose of establishment and regulation of, yes, those boards. So we are granting first reading for the okay, so basically we're taking the other 2 committees out of the council committee's meeting bylaw. I guess that's what I'm referencing.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Cermak, then I'll go to Councillor
Is that councillor committee, or is that just a misprint there that it's 27/027, or is it 25/027?
It's under the staff recommendation.
It
Second
says
paragraph.
bylaw 27/027.
Yes, that 25/027, that is the correct bylaw number.
So it's not 27.
That's right.
That's correct.
It should be 25.
My apologies for the typo.
Good catch. Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. What would be the benefit to having a standalone bylaw to every single committee? Isn't it not more efficient to have committee of council bylaws and have them listed as they are here? Like, you're saying that we're moving to a standalone bylaw for every committee. That seems rather onerous and extra paperwork. What would be the benefit to doing it that way rather than just one bylaw? We follow that and call it a day.
Definitely a possibility. However, we have observed over the years that this is a bylaw that has had to continuously come before council due to the many changes to various committees. And case in point is that the Leslieville and Condor Area Structure Plan Steering Committee was established as a council committee. That work is done, therefore it's no longer in place, and that would then require to have the council committee's bylaw amended. And it's just, I believe for council, for the committee members, and for public, I think it would be better for them to have like a bylaw strictly for that committee, so that it's something that they can refer to specifically. But if council so chooses to have like one bylaw for all of council's council committees, that's definitely an option. There's, I guess, no correct or wrong way. It's definitely a possibility.
Go ahead.
Thank you. How many do we have now that are standalone?
We have the Pest Agricultural Appeal Board. We have the Land Use Bylaw Review Committee, PAC Committee, the Steering Committee. We have the MPC, we have the SDAB.
And the rest are all reflected in this one? Or were?
The two remaining committees, council committees that don't have their own individual bylaw is the Strategic Planning Committee and the Agricultural Services Board.
Okay, so they're not all, we sit on way more boards than what is being referenced as council committees.
Right,
Okay.
like there are individual bylaws for, I think, 5 or 6 council committees. And then plus these two that's included in this blanket bylaw, which, as I explained earlier, administration had thought that it would be better to have individual bylaws for all of council committees. But again, if the proposal is to just have one bylaw for all council committees, that's definitely council's discretion.
All right. So, going back to the staff recommendation in regards to the replacement of council committee bylaw, or do we just, we're amending that one, correct? The council committee bylaw, 25/27?
That's right.
Right, okay. Looking for a motion to grant first reading. Councillor Gibson, thank you. And no other questions or comments. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? That motion's carried. Looking for a motion for second reading.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Northcott. Any other comments or questions? Looking for, call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion's carried. Unanimous consent for third reading. Looking for a motion to that effect.
Sure, I'll take that.
Okay, Councillor Cermak. All those in favor? Those, okay. Okay, that's carried. And then looking for a motion for third reading. Okay, thank you, Councillor Lougheed. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Council. Have a great afternoon.
You betcha. Thank you. So I believe we've finished the bylaw section and we can move on to new business. So moving on to 7.1.1, which is the 2024 Assessment Data Report. As soon as my flip fix, and I'll turn the floor over for the background to Mr. Kotchett, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council.
Hey.
I'm here to present the 2024 Assessment Data Report. And, okay, John. So this year, the valuation date is July 1st each year, and the 24 assessment value reflects the value as of July 1st, 2024, which is the year before the notices were sent out. And we've seen minimal changes in the overall assessment values for the existing county properties. Thank you. So the assessment values are determined by a mass assessment based on the market sales we get from July 1st to July 1st. So in this case, July 1st, 23 to July 1st, 24. And the audit standard sets these parameters between 0.95 and 1.05 based on these market sales. And just to give you an example of how that works, so last year we saw the sale of 712 Cougar Climb in Norday was sold in June for $720,000. And the assessment that was mailed out in February this year reflected a value of $714,000 or 0.99 of the ratio of the sale price. So you can see how the ratios for the sale property that actually sold within the county falls within that parameter. So the assessment process, we submitted our roll on February 4th this year, and it was initially approved by the Municipal Affairs Auditor. The province mails out the linear assessment notices at end of January each year, and the DIP assessment notices are mailed by the province by the end of February. And this year was the second year of our separate assessment notices going out on February 11th this year. So the assessment data that is used for determining the property tax rates. And the assessment year is always 1 year prior to the taxation year. Therefore, we'll be comparing the 24 assessment data with the 23 data. And the 24 assessment data combined with the rate is how the levy is calculated. And that process you'll be hearing from Ms. Serhand in the coming months on that. Now, our taxable assessment base has gone up 12% or a total of $1 billion. And that's mainly due to the 3-year tax holiday on oil and gas, new oil and gas development coming due this year, which has added a total of $925 million to the assessment base here in Clearwater. And as of January 1st, when we amalgamated with the village of Caroline, that added an additional $50 million. So you can see the $1 billion right there is almost totally gobbled up by the new oil and gas assets and the addition of Caroline. So that's why the balance of the county remained relatively flat. Now, AAG, which is the Accurate Assessment Group out of Sherwood Park, they're our current designated industrial property assessor. So they now are being contracted directly with Municipal Affairs to inspect and record the changes that have occurred for all the properties within our county. And here are the numbers. And as you can see, at the total at the bottom, it's almost exactly $1 billion. And that's spread out amongst the linear and dip values mainly. You can see that's going up by the 925, and then the balance of the other properties, even though they've gone up incrementally, they still is a relatively minor increase compared to the linear and dip assets. Farmland usually remains stable because it's a regulated rate. The residential portion increased slightly there. And you can see that we're also increasing our small business. We're always encouraging and getting new businesses in the county to apply for the small business tax rate, and you can see it reflected in those numbers there. So the province has been responsible for all linear assessments, and since 2023 they've also taken responsibility for all the DIP assessments, DIP being the designated industrial properties. So as I mentioned previously, the province contracts directly with AAG to be our service provider for these properties, and the current contract, we're in the middle of our 5-year contract, which expires in 2028. So our linear and dip property makes up almost 74% of our total assessment base. The residential property at 23%, and then the non-res is only at 2%. So the tax holiday applied to new oil and gas development, which is now added. So that's 3 years worth of assets being applied all together in this year. That's why you're seeing that huge amount of assessment going up. Now the small business assessment subclass, this was a bylaw that we introduced in December 2019 and allows council to create that separate tax rate for local businesses. And for the 2024 assessment year, we now have 258 separate rolls with a total value of just over 93 million qualified on small business status. And that's an increase from the 2023 year where we had about 200 rolls with 81 million. Now, the subclass reduction by bylaw, by the bylaw that we created for Clearwater reflects the parameters set in the MGA when the government put that into legislation. And the maximum reduction, which is allowed by any local council, is 25% of the municipal rate. So that's, and to my knowledge, I believe we have been applying that maximum allowable to give them the best benefit to our small businesses here. And we continue to inform and encourage new businesses when I'm out in the field and finding new businesses or permits are taken out for people to start their new businesses. That's one of the first things that we give them information on, is to get them qualified for that small business rate, and so it benefits them as much as possible. And we have had quite a few new businesses start up in the county in the last year or two. So, in addition to giving you the basic numbers here, I'm just going to go and give a brief description of farmland assessments. It has been coming more and more prevalent in how the system works, because farmland being the only land that is not assessed at market value, it's being assessed at a regulated rate, as it's been in the case for the last 30 years. So we have in Clearwater here a mix of property types, from full quarter sections to smaller acreage parcels. The assessment department reviews each parcels to determine if the use of the property meets the definition of farming as per the MGA Act of Alberta. So if the property qualifies, the land used in the farming operation is valued at a base rate of $350 per acre. This is the regulated rate set by the province and has been in place for the last 30 years. So the assessment is determined by how the land is used rather than how it's zoned. So farmland that is not farmed reverts to market value and is classed as residential land, since there are only 4 classes for land in the MGA. So as you can see here, like farmland at the top, if it's not farmland, then we revert it to residential, because non-residential or machinery and equipment, it doesn't reflect what it is. So basically, like, we have people that buy, it could be up to a quarter section or buy any amount of land, and we have a lot of absentee owners. There's lots of people that own land in Clearwater that don't live in Clearwater. So those are some of the properties that we're always reviewing each year, just to ensure that if you're going to, get the benefit of the farmland rate, that you're actually doing something to earn it by farming that land. So typically when you see an assessment for anybody that does have a farm parcel, you're going to see multiple assessment codes, especially when you're living on the farm. So you'll have the farmland as a separate line. You'll have your residential portion, which would reflect the value of the 3-acre site and any residential or personal use buildings, and then exempt portions. So when a parcel has the residence, that 3-acre site is valued separately at market value, along with the value of the servicing, which is the value of the power and water and septic system. And the balance of that quarter section would be just assessed as farmland. So farm parcels receive that additional benefit via the Rural Assessment Policy, or RAP as we call it. So this policy applies to the active farmers who receive a reduction to their residential value equal to the value of their assessed farmland that they own. So say, you have a parcel of 160 acres and you take that 3-acre site out, that's valued separately. So you've got 157 acres valued at farmland rate. And typically farmland, full quarter section farmland gets assessed somewhere between 10 and 25,000 usually. So that's reflective of the regulated rate being used, the $350 per acre. Because the $350 is just the starting point, it's also adjusted through a historical review of that land, because you're never going to get, like, a full quarter section doesn't have 160 usable acres. You're going to have slough areas, you're going to have treat areas, you're going to have topography issues. So that's what reduces that value down to where it is. So say the value of that farmland is $10,000, so that $10,000, if the house is valued at $250,000, the residential farmer is only gonna be taxed at $240,000. So that value of that farmland gets deducted from the value of the residents, and they pay a lesser amount. So they get the benefit of the reduced value for the farmland, and they get a double benefit in that they don't pay full tax on their residential property. And as per the legislation, the maximum is $61,540. I'm not sure how that came about, that value was determined, but that was a magical number that was determined by the province when they put it into effect. So farmland or acreage parcels that are zoned CRA or CR are not comparable to farmland parcels. So these parcels are assessed at full market value, and current zoning allows for minor agricultural pursuits, such as a chicken coop. And these acreage parcels would be viewed as hobby farms, since CR or CRA zoning restricts the permitted and discretionary uses. So usually you're going to see a maximum of 10 acres or less, and there's not going to be anybody, and if it's zoned CR or CRA, there's not going to be any farmland involved, no matter if they could have a pet chicken, a pet goat, horses, whatever it is. That doesn't make them a farmer, and it doesn't qualify. The land wouldn't be looked at as farmland. So the owner themselves do not need to farm the land to qualify for farm status. In many cases, we have family, friends, or neighbors may do the farming by taking crops off or grazing animals on the land. Here in Clearwater, we have an aging population. So people that have farmed for 30, 40 years, and it's a physical job, and once you get up in age, you know, a lot of our seniors aren't able to do that farm work themselves. So if they don't have family or a friend that can do the farming for them, you know, they tend to look to their neighbors, whatever. And even in the cases where we have these absentee owners that live elsewhere than Clearwater, they're looking for their neighbors or someone to take a crop off or do whatever, or graze some cattle for a few weeks a year. So we don't make the qualification to get the farmland status that difficult. But we will verify with the property owners as to who is farming the land and what they're doing. So in conclusion, the goal of the assessment department is to treat all owners fairly and equally, and we are always available to explain the assessment process to them. And owners always have the right to appeal their assessment if we can't agree on the value. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay. Councillor Gibson?
Is it my understanding then that farmland is a set price? And therefore, it doesn't matter if it's pasture field or whether it's cropland or?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. As soon as they meet the definition of farming per the MGA, we grant them farmland status, whether it's to graze animals, whether it's to take a crop off. We have many bison farms throughout the county. It can be even raising people that sell at, we have local markets each week. Like I think there's one outside of Caroline that meets every Friday. So even if you're raising something on a small piece like that and you're selling your agricultural products there, that would qualify you as farming.
No. Go ahead.
No, I meant the farmland, is it all assessed the same? So
That's correct.
So extremely productive grainland is worth the same amount as a pasture field?
That's correct. They all start at a base rate of $150 an acre.
They all start at?
Yeah, and then it gets reduced based on the quality of the land, like I say, the amount of land that's able to be used. And these gradings are, like each quarter section would have separate fields, they'd be called. And we have historical data downstairs in the planning department that when they did these, the assessors back in the 80s, 70s, 80s, 90s, they would do these, they would draw little maps of the quarter and create like different, like you'll see on a farmland assessment, anybody that's farming can get a copy of their farmland assessment and it'll break it out into separate fields based on, you know, what its value is, what its use is. So they look at the land and based on like topography, salinity, stone cover, the various soil groups that they have. Like, we don't have the greatest soil here out in Clearwater. Like basically soils are rated from class 1 to class 7, class 1 being the best and class 7 being wasteland. And most of the classes in Clearwater are 4, 5, and 6. You don't see many, there's not 1, 2, we don't have the top quality farmland in our county.
Okay, thank you.
All right, go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. You do have a reputation for being very fair. How do you decide what is being farmed and what isn't?
We talk to the owner. I feel the best way to get to whether they qualify or not is to talk directly to them, ask the relevant questions, and I can make a determine fairly quickly once I've spoken to them and determine like what's going on with the land, like what are you doing, you know, to qualify for that farm status kind of thing.
Okay. Supposing that I owned a quarter section of land and had only cleared a third of it, and was, you know, using that for pasture or something, would the whole quarter then be considered to be in farming, or?
Yeah, that's correct. We don't look at the total, like, it's not like if you have 160 acres and you farm 80 and 80 is not usable or treed or whatever it is, we don't separate that out. The whole, as long as there's some farming going on in some portion of the quarter, the whole quarter qualifies as farmland.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Meloff.
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor Gibson, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the 350 only applies unless it's irrigated, and then irrigated land is actually 450, is it not? And that's the base start for irrigated land, is 450 as per the MGA?
Yes, that's correct. 450 is the base rate if the land has irrigation.
Right. So there are two different types for farmland expressed in the MGA. I do have a question with regards to, like, there's only four classes represented here: farmland, residential, non-residential, machinery, and equipment.
Yep.
And then we have a small business subclass. Where does that fit in the 4 allowed classes?
Well, small business is on the residential, not residential side.
Okay, so that fits under residential.
Non-residential.
Non-residential, sorry.
Yeah.
So then could we do the same thing for like recreational properties and have another separate bylaw? Because we have, that's a whole part of our county now is tourism and recreation, campgrounds, et cetera. How are those assessed, and do we need to look at a separate bylaw for stuff like that too?
Well, you're talking about recreational for business or recreational for personal use?
Well, things like campgrounds, et cetera. So how do they get
Campgrounds
assessed?
is a difficult one for us to determine because we do have a wide variety of different types of campgrounds. Like, we have ones that are full-blown, you know, commercial, regular, where you can book online on a website and book a campground. We have ones that are strictly for family and friends, where we find a campground set up and we'll talk to the owner and find out who is using it. Like, if, you know, the big difference is if you're charging for it versus, you know, if it's family and friends, you're probably not charging, right? They're coming out occasionally during the summer months. So, you know, first we want to establish, like, and that would be considered personal, so that's a residential. Like, before we're gonna switch a campground to non-residential and make them pay the business tax, the full business tax, we wanna make sure that they are in that business, or they're advertising on a website to make that available. And there's a wide, like, besides the like the regular campgrounds that we have, like Wilderness Village and Rustic River, which are, you know, huge operations, right? They have hundreds and hundreds of sites there. Even the new one that was bought from just outside, it used to be Riverview, and now it's been just purchased by Black Sheep, who are in the middle of doing some major renovation work there. And then we have ones like out west, and ones even further out, like Yahatenda, right? So there's a wide variety of them, and we try and find out, you know, what they're doing before we, like, the first determination is it going to stay personal, or will it flip to a business use, a non-residential rate? And anybody that is running a non-residential type, they still would be available to get the small business rate for the smaller ones. Like, I'm pretty sure I have most of the ones here, the ones I just mentioned, are on small business, because there's not a lot of people, there's less than 50 employees, which is our criteria to qualify for that. So it's something that we're learning more as we go. I'm trying to, so our kind of policy is kind of evolving as we find different types of these campgrounds. My assessor just showed me a website last summer, actually, where there's one it's called Hip Camp. And it's much more relaxed and much less, a lower price, I guess, than some of the regular campgrounds, the bigger ones. And I was amazed at how many people are on that kind of a setup. And so we're trying to find out more about those type of ones. I actually made an adjustment this year already on somebody who was on that Hip Camp site, but they didn't even get anybody book one night for them. So we're always kind of trying to get the information from the owner to see how much use it is and try and make a fair decision as far as how we see it kind of on for those.
Thank you.
I have a question for you. You mentioned here that there is landowners have a right to appeal their assessment. Is there a certain period where or can they appeal it at any time?
No, it's usually 60, it's mandated by the MGA that we have to put the appeal deadline on our assessment notice. So this year, when we mailed on February 11th, the assessment deadline is April 22nd, which is the Tuesday just after Easter, is the final date for filing an appeal this year. Okay. And we've already had one filed, so we know we'll have one for sure this year. And we only had one last year. And the one we did have last year happened to be one where they didn't agree that we didn't give them farmland status based on how they were using the land, and we won, so.
All right, is there any other questions for Mr. Gretsch? Okay, go ahead, Ms. Serhan.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify the classes and subclasses for assessment. So they are listed in the MGA. And the reason that small business subclass was created was because the MGA made an amendment to their listing of subclasses, and that was one that we were, Clearwater County took advantage of that once the province made the change for that subclass in the assessment classes.
Thank you. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Obviously, we've had a huge change within our municipality with taking on the former village of Caroline. And that's a big undertaking for your team. And I don't believe there was enough time for you guys to do the same assessment for that former village as there was now. Would you mind just going into, I've gotten a lot of questions on this and I've sent them to you, but maybe just for the watching public that it's a process.
Yes. So what happened with Caroline is I was in contact with the contract assessor for the village in December to get the most up-to-date information we could, but there wasn't an actual transfer of data available until January 1st when it legally became part of the county. So I wasn't able to check their values, and so we accepted, and then we have to modify part of the roll to reflect the actual legalities on the land title documents. They did some, I guess once they knew that they were going to lose the account, there's less enthusiasm to do any current updates on the property. So they kind of left it alone, and so we had to do some tweaking on their data to get the roll numbers to match our system. And we just took their values without having a chance to review it. So when those values came across and we did some preliminary review of it, but because there was so much data, I think there was 360 accounts that were added, we didn't have a chance to review them all individually before we did our assessment mail out. So the assessment values that were mailed out on February 11th for Caroline, I knew that some of them were going to reflect inaccurate values. So once we did the mail out, we did get a few calls and dealt with each. We've already made probably a couple of dozen changes in Caroline, and we'll continue to do so right up until the appeal deadline. I don't want to give them, so basically we've kind of did a quick review. There are some properties that were undervalued, and for those ones, I'm just going to leave it alone, correct the 2025 assessment so it'll reflect current value for next year. The ones that were overvalued, we did try and make a blanket number of adjustments to correct those ones. And I just got a call, I was dealing with a Caroline property owner yesterday, and I explained it to him, and he kind of, because he was looking at his neighbor's assessments, and because the information online is reflecting those numbers from the contract assessor, which are not totally accurate, I have to explain to them just basically how I'm explaining it to you right now. This is how I talked to him yesterday and just said, you know, we're changing the ones that were overvalued. The ones that are undervalued will reflect market value going forward. So we're working with all the Caroline property owners to get them the information and how the system's gonna work now that they're in the county.
Follow-up?
Yes, please. Thank you. That's great. Thank you. That's wonderful to hear. And if I read everything correctly, if there's changes that can be made, we can go back a year and
Yeah.
continue that process. Because this 390 some you said?
360.
360, that's a lot. So, but we have the ability to change within a 12-month period.
Yeah.
If it's reflected after the roll's already done for this year, we can go back a year and correct it just to make them whole again as part of the county?
Yeah, correct. Like I'm trying to get as many adjustments in the system now before I hand over the values to the tax department, because they're gonna be using those numbers to create the tax rates. So we are currently doing as many adjustments as, any corrections to the data as we need to. And we haven't all year, like right up until December 31st, technically we could make adjustments to the prior year's value. That legislation allows me to do that right up until that point. But we're only gonna be making, like, we'll make anything that there is an error on, especially Caroline. And then after the tax appeal deadline, after April, like starting in May, when we're gonna be out doing our inspections, then it'll be mainly errors. Like even one of the presenters this morning, I caught him in the hallway afterwards and showed him the assessment we had on file, and he said, no, that mobile home was removed in 1997. I said, well, unfortunately, you've been paying tax for 30 years on something that wasn't there. So I'm always struggling to get the best information and the current information on any property in the county. And I feel bad when, you know, people are paying taxes unnecessarily, even though it's a small amount, it adds up over time. So we're doing our best, but we have limited resources with, we have a small department to do the entire county. So we do the best we can.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right. So with that, if there's no other questions, I'd be looking for a motion to receive the 2024 assessment data report for information. Okay, Councillor Northcott makes a motion. Any other comments or questions? Call a question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you very much. We're blessed. All right, moving on to 7.2.1. Office of the CEO is the Stronger Together Agreement, Intermunicipal Collaboration Framework, and the Shared Vision for Regional Collaboration Opportunities. I believe that will go to Ms. Haight whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I would like to note, first off, after the county agenda was published, administration was informed that town council had discussed this very same item, and that town council is requesting that the Stronger Together Agreement and the ICF, Rocky Clearwater ICF, are consolidated into one document, and that the regional collaboration opportunities is kept as a separate document. So therefore, with that town's request, that would change the staff recommendation.
Okay.
The reason for keeping the regional collaborations opportunities as a separate document is that the ICF is specific to services, collaboration on providing services to residents, whereas the collaboration opportunities expands outside of service delivery. So that I believe that is why the town was suggesting that it be kept as a separate document. So the background information on this is that at the beginning of this term, both at the time, all three councils committed to renewing the Stronger Together agreement, and then consequently amalgamation happened, and so then that original agreement between three municipalities was now down to an agreement between two municipalities. And also that the Town and Counties ICF is coming up due for review and renewal. And so the proposed plan was to consolidate the existing Stronger Together agreement with the ICF and have the regional vision collaboration opportunities as a separate document. So this was discussed by the ICC, and they did make a recommendation to council, and it's now before council for their approval of the recommendation.
Okay. All right. Any questions or comments for administration? I think I agree with the fact of separating the services with, outside those service delivery. As far as their discussion, keeping that regional visioning outside of the strategic, Stronger Together and ICF. So I think I can back that, or I would agree with that. Any other comments or questions or a motion in that regard? Councillor Meloff?
Thank you, Reeve. I don't disagree. I'm just looking for process. If the ICC made a recommendation that was subsequently not what's followed, isn't the process that goes back to ICC? Because what is being recommended is now different than what ICC recommended. So isn't then process that it goes back to ICC, not that we just disavow what ICC recommended? Because why do we have an ICC then if we just aren't going to follow what they recommend?
My understanding is that ICC is in regards to that discussion that comes, and council still has the final say as to they don't have to follow ICC.
No, I recognize that, which is why I thought that if you don't follow what ICC, it goes back to ICC. Does it not?
That would be discussion. Like Reeve Swanson mentioned, it is a recommendation from the committee. Council makes the final decision, and they can tweak it however they see fit. Or if council here decides that they want to take it back to the ICC, that's up to council's decision. Okay.
I don't want to add an extra layer that doesn't have to be there. I just thought that was the process that would normally take place.
I believe it would depend on the situation.
All right, how does the rest of the balance of council feel about what the town has proposed? Go ahead, Councillor Gibson.
I feel we aren't changing the intent of the ICC and everything. I think just splitting it though is a logical thing to do. So we're not changing the intent of anything. So I think we're okay to do it the way we are.
Thank you. Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. When is this proposed to take place? And how long does the update typically take? And what's all involved?
So in the recommendation, in the staff recommendation here, it is that the ICC be tasked with drafting updates, reviewing the agreement, drafting updates, and et cetera, et cetera. Now, the foundations have been laid in the Stronger Together agreement and in the current ICF. The length of the process would depend on the committee as to how in-depth they want to go in reviewing or making changes to the ICF. So the short answer is that it could be done in a timely manner. However, it is dependent on the committee.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Or a motion? Counselor Millihoff?
Thank you, Reeve. What's the change to the recommended motion to align with the town's changes to what the ICC recommended?
Removing the shared vision for regional collaboration opportunity document. So it would be just consolidating the Stronger Together agreement and the town and county ICF, and task the ICC with drafting updates to the ICF.
And by consolidating Stronger Together and ICF, but not the regional collaboration?
Right.
Okay. It clear as mud, and I can make that motion.
All right, thank you. Any other comments or questions on that? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. All right, we are going to take a quick 5-minute break. And welcome back. So we are going now go into closed session. And so looking for a motion to go into closed session. Counselor Lougheed, all those in favor? Thank you. Carried. and welcome back. And so we've just finished coming out of closed session, and we've had some discussion in regards to I'm just going back to my recommendation, so we have had our legal opinion discussed in regards to the Caroline, or the PACE Energy Project. So anyways, I will open the floor to any motions going forward. Go ahead, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I would move that council direct administration to request permission from the AUC to file an application for review, and subsequently direct administration to write a letter requesting for said review should they be granted that permission under Rule 16 for the decision 28295-D01 2025.
Okay, thank you for the motion. Any discussion or comments on the motion? Councillor Northcott.
Definitely clear that the residents are opposed to the project, and they definitely want to be heard. And but there was a letter from our MLA that requesting that the AUC conduct a review of the decision, and that's from the Honourable Jason Nixon. So I absolutely understand your motion, Councillor Melhoff, to move forward as a municipality on our own. However, I think if we were in alliance with our provincial representative, our MLA, Mr. Nixon, and maybe have an opportunity to, as a council, endorse our MLA's request for a review, might have more, little stronger standing, and maybe hopefully have a better outcome rather than just going on our own. So at this point in time, I won't support your motion. However, I would like to make a subsequent motion if there's that opportunity after this.
Thank you. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I think we can do both. I think that we can make a stand as Clearwater County and as the now Development Authority under the new Hamlet of Caroline, and support the minister's letter as well. I think that there's room for us to do both.
Councillor Northcott.
I want to. It's a I think as a united two levels of government working together in alliance, in my opinion, would show stronger messaging. However, as a municipal council, maybe we could come up with a resolution to maybe have the MGA amended in section 619, right? So that municipal councils would have that authority to be able to develop, authorize development permits regardless of the AUC's decision. So really to give that power back to the municipalities across the province. So I think that could be an action that could be taken to better improve this process.
Right, motion on the floor. Go ahead, Councillor Lougheed.
Knowing that there's a number of uncertainties around the motion and the actions suggested in this motion, at this time I won't support that action. I believe we need to always protect the resources of Clearwater County when we undertake action on behalf of our citizens. And I hold it very, very important that we review legal advice from time to time and act appropriately based on that advice.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions on the motion? I believe that, we've had a lot of emails and phone calls over the last week, and seeing how this can play out, much to, unfortunately, to not the expectation that I think we all wanted. But at the end of the day, we all have our jurisdictions on what we can and can't approve. And there's been an opportunity, I think, for to have that relationship with any of these developers that do come into our area, but at the same token, press those opportunities as an intervener. And as my understanding, there has been letters by the interveners to request a review as well. And so we can monitor that as well as it goes forward, and should they be granted. So I would, as much as I would like to do it, I feel the solid way going forward should be to support the minister's letter for a review, and we'll see where that lands us in the days coming ahead. So, because we do know that there is a deadline in this week. Councillor Lougheed, and then I'll call, and then Councillor. No. Okay, Councillor Cermak.
Certainly agree with both Councillor Lougheed and the Reeve that we should write a letter supporting Mr. Nixon's letter, saying that we're in full agreement of what he says, and that's as far as we should go at this time.
Okay. And it should be noted to the public that this letter will be published in our next agenda package. It didn't make it, our agenda package was published before, because the letter was received over the weekend, so.
Yep.
If that's if didn't want to cause any confusion. Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I just want to be clear that my motion is not going against the minister. It is merely working in conjunction with. And a subsequent motion after mine can still go out saying that we're also writing a letter supporting Minister Nixon's letter. I am merely suggesting that as the development authority, we should be able to stand independent and make motions independently of the minister. I also agree with what Councillor Northcott said with regards to Section 19, subsection 1 of the Municipal Government Act. For prevailing legislation, we absolutely need to advocate for municipalities to have a better standing in NRCB, ERCB, AER, and AUC hearings. But I'm not saying that we should not support the minister. In fact, this absolutely does that. It just does it also independently, not on the shirt tails of the minister.
All right. So there is a resolution before us. Any other questions or comments on the resolution before us? Go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
Alrighty, I absolutely understand, Councillor Melhoff, your thoughts, and maybe the more the better. However, to keep things more focused and really, I don't know, I think it could offer some level of confusion if you have you have different letters going to different, from different organizations where we really truly did, we have the opportunity right here, right now to work with our MLA and show some strong support, which the community is wanting at this point in time. So my thoughts are to have a stronger alliance as two levels of government, as municipal councillors, to support our MLA with this letter. I think will hold more clout than having two separate letters. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Councillor Lyon?
Thank you, and I do appreciate the motion before us for its worth. Ultimately, we know that time is of essence here. In this case, with this motion, we're having to ask for permission before creating the next action. I don't believe there's enough time to be in standing to actually ask the second part of this question. I think the most effective use of our time, the most timely and efficient use of our time is to join with the minister and ask for that review through his lead. And that's why I would support perhaps another motion that would indicate that as a path.
Okay. Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. To be fair, there would have been a whole lot more time had we gone forward 2 weeks ago when I recommended it.
All right. So if there's no other comments or questions, I'm going to ask Councillor Northcott.
on that comment, I guess the decision was made even prior days before our previous council meeting, but there was no requests to have, there was no request, Councillor Matloff, to have that added to the agenda or discussion, and actually it wasn't even, it was good that you brought it up, but it wasn't even on the previous agenda. Excellent point that you brought it up, and there was awareness raised to it, but it could have been brought up even prior, closer to the date of decision, rather than, you know, for the time that the decision was made till the time they brought it forward in that council was also, there was days in there as well, right?
All right, so with that, if there's no other prior comments, I'm going to call the question, and maybe we should review the motion or read out the motion first, just for clarity, if you wouldn't mind, please. Ms. Thompson?
Sure. The motion is that council direct administration to request permission for a review of the AUC decision, Pace Bang Energy LP Caroline Solar Farm, with the date, and subsequently request a review of the AUC decision with the same verbiage after that.
Okay. Councillor Lai?
Thank you. Just for clarification, if we were unsuccessful in getting permission to ask for a review, are we still going to ask for a review? That reads that we would.
Yes. That's the way
So
I read it too.
we're doing the review no matter what, whether we get permission or not.
That's the way, unless is the intent, I believe. Clarification, Councillor Melhoff?
Yes, and just respectfully, can we remove the word farm? These are absolutely not farms. I know it's semantics, but it really bugs me.
Okay. The word project has been.
Thank you.
Substitute for them. Thank you. All right, so we understand the intent, the motion. All right, so I will call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? And that motion is defeated. Would look for a subsequent motion. Councillor Lloyd?
I would make a motion that council direct administration to draft a letter of support for Minister Nixon's letter to request a review of the Alberta Utilities Commission, or the AUC's decision 28295-D01-2025, Pace Energy, and that's the Caroline project, February 28th, 25 under the AUC Rule 16.
Thank you. Looking for comments or questions on that motion. I know for myself, I think that would probably, in essence of time, probably we could go that direction, or we can go that direction, and because I understand that it's, you know, the time's imminent, but at the end of the day, as comments that are already previously mentioned, we can, should a review be granted, we're ready to go and support with actually the support of our MLA on that, should it be granted, the review be granted. Councillor Northcott.
I do have a question for Councillor Melhoff. I know previously through the development of the municipal development plan and stuff, it stated previously that landowners should have the right to do what they want with their land. I was just curious, why the opposition to this project at this point in time?
Councillor Melhoff?
For sure, thank you for the question. I don't think that it was fully considered under the way that the village's planning documents are, i.e. Water and sewer being potentially stubbed out to that location, therefore basically sterilizing that infrastructure. Further to that, the concerns within that community. I think that every application needs to be reviewed on the merits of the community's acceptance of it as well. I think that it's an interesting dichotomy, even internally, because I do believe that people should have the right to do what they want on their land. But I've also been very clear that solar installations in particular should be placed in areas where they're used, which is on the roofs of the structures in which utilizing the energy in which they're potentially providing, because let's face it, solar doesn't exactly build a ton of energy. But I hope that that helps you, but I'm not sure if I explained it as well as you'd like, but
Councillor Northcott?
it is a struggle to balance the needs of a community with my own personal values of property rights.
Right. Nope, there was lots of consensus and there was lots of input too for the municipal development plan. And I think this council, from what I've observed, I think the council as a whole is more along the lines for renewable energy projects. Not speaking for all the council, but would be more suitably permitted for residential use, but maybe not utilizing such a large amount of agricultural lands and the rural landscape for these massive projects.
Okay. So motions on the floor to draft a letter of support, submit a letter of support for Minister Nixon's, to support Minister Nixon's letter to request the review from the AUC Commission's decision. Any other comments or questions on that motion? Okay. Okay. Councillor Northcott?
I'd just like to request a recorded vote, please.
Okay. All right. So with that, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. All right, so we will take a quick 5-minute break and then come back to continue on with Section 8 reports. All right, welcome back from our quick break. So we're now in section 8, which is our reports. And so starting out with 8.1, which is the Chief Administrator CEO report, and I'll turn that over to CEO Emmons, please.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson and Council. So the March 25th, 2025 CEO report. The Regional Collaboration of Economic Development Officers awarded grant. The Regional Collaboration of EDOs, including EDOs from Clearwater County, Town of Rocky Mountain House, and other municipalities, have been awarded the Northern and Regional Economic Development Program grant, which is $133,200 for a new project. This collaborative innovative will fund a comprehensive economic tourism impact assessment for the Central Alberta region. The project aims to deliver critical insights into the tourism sector's economic contributions, including visitor spending patterns, job creation, and overall economic impact. These findings will be invaluable for municipalities, businesses, and tourism operators as they work to harness tourism for regional economic growth and sustainability. The TC Energy Build Strong application approved. Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services application to TC Energy for funding has been approved for $10,000 to support the purchase of thermal imaging cameras to replace the current devices in 2 of the CRFR's 5 stations. The current thermal imaging cameras in these stations are situational awareness cameras with small screens with poor refresh rates. Having the ability to pull high resolution, fast processing thermal imaging cameras into these stations will give firefighters the ability to look for potential life-saving opportunities, easier and faster, ultimately providing better service to the citizens of Clearwater County, Town of Rocky Mountain House, and the summer village of Burnstick Lake.
Okay. Questions, Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. Actually, my question was with regards to the item we had prior to the break. I was remiss in asking it previously. When can in-camera information given to us be available for public consumption, if ever? I.e., legal information received to make decisions. When can that stuff be made public, if ever?
So legal can be a bit of a situation-based, but outside of a legal opinion, really it is the consensus of council. If I can bring you to some reports, some studies are commissioned. That report can be released upon the agreeance of council. So it really, the majority of in-camera can come out upon agreeing. So at the conclusion of, or even in phases of, but it would take the consensus of council.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so if there's no questions on the CEO report, I'm looking for a motion to accept the CEO reports. Councillor Cermak makes that motion. Call question, all those in favor? That motion's carried, thank you. Moving on to the capital project status update report for March. Are there any questions or comments in regards to that report? Again, I love the way this is outlined in a graph format, or the way it's laid out. Really gives great an idea about completion dates, description, status. I think it's a great way forward. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Just have a question from the Nordig Development Plan, and the item under the project description there is sidewalk repair. Just wondering what that number actually is, as I expect to be asked.
CEO Evans?
At this time, it hasn't been estimated out, but it is spot fixing, so it's not an entire.
Okay, so not a complete do-over?
No.
Okay, good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Northcott?
Just got a, sorry, Just a comment regarding Councillor Melhaff's comments regarding the open session and closed session items, or sorry, not open, sorry, my apologies. The closed session items. Is there, I don't think, I don't want to have an illusion, like I think that information, if it wanted to go to the public, I think, I don't speak for all of council, but would there be an opportunity to provide that information on a future agenda, or is there any discussion required for us to make that available to the public at this point in time right now, or I don't want to give this, you know, some, like Councilor Melhaff brought that point up, like how would that closed session discussion, how does that come to the public? Just for transparency and everything, just curious. I mean, it was mentioned, right, so.
It could, thank you, it could come in a couple of different formats. When council's in closed session and concluded its conversation, there can be agreements upon council on what information in that closed session is permitted to be brought out. That's one platform. Council could direct administration to make any pertinent materials publicly available.
Okay, I was just curious because there was motions that came out of that closed session and then they were presented to the public and then we voted on them. I was just wondering how much more information we could, I was just curious.
Any other questions on the capital? So let's, point of order, we are now talking about the capital project update. So any other questions on that report? And if not, looking for a motion to accept the capital project status. Go ahead, Councillor Northcott. Thank you. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. Moving on now to the Clearwater Regional Fire Service Rescues Report for February. Again, it's great to see the photos and all that they're doing. I appreciate the new 2 pieces of new apparatus that came into the service this past month. Oh, that's great. Any other? And I believe Caroline's is getting pushed in tonight, I believe, so 7:30, so yes? 7:30 I read, but you can be there at 7. I move that you do that. All right, looking for a motion to accept the Clearwater Fire. Thank you, Councillor Gibson. All those in favor? That's carried. Now moving on to the verbal council reports, and just a reminder, we kind of skipped those the last meeting, so if you want to go back to before that, go ahead. I'll pass it on to Councillor Melhaff first.
Thank you, Reeve. The healthcare team has been working with RPAP. I can't remember if I had let you guys know or just Reeve know that we're doing a skills day on May 1st in conjunction with the high schools in the region to actually have hands-on practice with healthcare skills to help grade 10 and 11s kind of steer them hopefully towards a career in healthcare, or steer them completely away from that should they not want to do this, not like the skills in which they get to do. It can maybe go both ways there, that either they want to do it or very much don't after a day like that. So I'm very much looking forward to that day, and the request has gone out to have the acting mayor and the Reeve greet the students that day and hopefully convince them of how wonderful our community would be to come back to once they do get that healthcare background. The ICC, we had a meeting, some of it's already come up today. The ICC, we met as the ICC and discussed stronger together agreements, et cetera. So I won't dig deep into that since we've already made some motions on that today. Again, that was pushed to try to bring up this meeting, so now we're trying to play catch up on that. We met with Wild Rose School Division, and they were able to outline some of their capital plan for us. And they suggested that hopefully they will be adding Caroline to their priority list for an upgrade which would be wonderful for the southern portion of our county, and that the JUPA with the town is complete, and that they are currently working on the JUPA with Clearwater County. Joint use planning agreements, for those of you that don't know what JUPA is. Obviously this team does, but the cameras may not know what that means, so. Currently school resource officer, which is normally 2 officers, is now down to 1, so I'm hopeful they will fill that soon, as that's a very important piece within the schools, or at least I feel that it is. The family wellness worker program, they gave us an update on that, and it was actually staggering, the value that, in a good way, the value that program has had. In particular, decreased suicide attempts by 95% the first year that program was running, and there's a bunch of other data. You guys all were there, but I'm sure that Wild Rose School Division has put out public stuff on this as well, so that the rest of the public can rally around them and ensure that the funding for those programs continue to take place, because programs like that are always in jeopardy of having funding cut, and I think that it's important that we rally around Wild Rose School Division to ensure that those programs continue to take place. It's an important part, and we've had a lot of good luck in working with them to have funding come back to our schools, so hopefully we can do the same with that program. Rocky Learning Council had a meeting as well, and I am the one that sits on that one for council. And to date, there's been, for this year, I guess it would be the 2024 year, they did an update for us, and almost 1,000 tutor hours and 14 volunteers helping with that organization. It's amazing what they're able to accomplish in our community, and I was surprised. The data shows that 48% of adults in our community, ages 16 to 65, have a literacy skill level below grade 5. That's staggering. But it also shows that our communications that we as a municipality put out need to be at that reading level. That was the big thing that triggered me going, we need to ensure that any communications we put forward are keeping in mind that 48% of the population reads at a level below grade 5. So we need to make sure our communications are matching that, so that they can get all the value out of that they need from our communications. I have a big list of ways that we as the county can help, and I can forward those on. I believe that councillors are already sent the Rocky Learning Council updates, but they're always looking to make sure that they're doing dual credit programming, et cetera, and partnering with Wild Rose where possible. We also met, we went to RMA as a team and met with several different ministers, and I can leave that to the Reeve to give an update on that, as she attended even more than we all did. But our resolution, unfortunately, regarding CPO safety was defeated. That was quite disappointing. That was a very well-written resolution by our team, and the study that was conducted by the Alberta Association of Community Peace Officers was very well done as well, and definitely outlined the needs. And I was disappointed that the resolution did not pass at RMA. So hopefully we can work on advocacy in a different way or a different level, because those things are still very important. Most of you were all at RMA, obviously, and not all of the things, so I won't dig deep into what we did there, but I went to one particular session put on by Lacombe County and their land use bylaw revisions and their rewrites and how they engage the public. And I've already sent some of this to our manager of planning, but they did extensive public engagement, and it was very, very well received. And in particular, they have the clickers similar to what we use at RMA, and they actually would put questions up on the slide, and then people could click what they feel right then and there. And you can get real-time reporting on how the community would vote if they were given the option to do that. And then they could implement that in the land use bylaw rewrite. I thought that was really good, and if this council chooses to go forward with the public meetings for our land use bylaw revisions, I think that we should invest in some of these clickers, because I think that would be a value add in our community as well. They also keep, every single year they do an update on their land use bylaw, so you don't have a land use bylaw that's 20 plus years old that needs 200 or 300 revisions. They're attacking it all the time every single year. So I think that there's value in doing that. We already touched base a little bit on the wildfire working group and the 31 recommendations that came out of that is currently sitting with the ministers. Looking forward to seeing what parts of that, hopefully all, because those are very good suggestions that they will implement and have municipalities implement as well. We heard about the tax holiday again with our assessment team today, and that was reiterated by the minister. And then the premier and the minister discussed how they want to get to a 24-hour turnaround or automatic yeses for permitting to remove a lot of the red tape. And I hope that municipalities can work towards that, because where possible, we should. Granted, the MGA does have some of those restrictions, so it was interesting to hear that the minister would like us to get to a one-day turnaround when he himself has imposed appeal deadlines that municipalities have to follow. So it'll be interesting to see what the minister does to remove some of those barriers that they've put onto us. I had my drop-in session as well, and much of that was filled with issues with regards to solar installation in Caroline, as well as continuing care issues for like healthcare issues. So directed people in the right way to get some of those issues reevaluated. And my last one, the IDP meeting we had with the town yesterday, the special council meeting, I think we need to do more of that. I found that was valuable, and it made so there's one public hearing that the public needs to attend, not two, as in they have to come in and attend ours and go and attend the town's. I thought it was great, and I'd like to see us do some more of it. I apologize if I'm being so long-winded, but we've had a lot going on the last few weeks.
You're reporting on two councils, so good, that's good. Any questions for Councilor Melhoff? Go ahead, Councilor Northcott.
I may be mistaken, but I think the automatic yes program that the Alberta government was talking about was, I don't know if it was a one-day turnaround. I think they'd said if they hadn't, it was more of a 10-day. If they hadn't had, they hadn't give the applicant a no, it would be in 10 days, then it would be a yes. I don't think it was the one day, just for clarity. It wasn't a one-day turnaround that I heard. And I really like the enthusiasm from Councillor Melhoff to see some excitement there for the Wildrose School Division and their efforts to maybe bump up the school upgrades in the southern portion of the county. Previously and historically, I've debated quite fiercely to have a restricted surplus account constructed for a new emergency services building or fire hall in the southern portion of the county. Maybe restricted surplus account for seniors housing, and also restricted surplus account for water and sanitary in the light industrial area. But I know previously you've stated that you didn't have an appetite or support for that in the southern portion of the county, so it's nice to see the support for the Wildrose School Division and their efforts to maybe increase the Caroline School for future upgrades.
Very good. Okay, moving on then, we'll go to Councillor Lougheed with your councillor report, please.
Well, thank you, and I know that Jenny covered much of what I hope to cover, but I will just quickly try not to overlap too much on my experience over the last month. I did have a drop-in session on the 26th. It was a time for quieter reflection, but again, it is a good time to be able to understand not only the needs of the public, but be able to interface with administration as well. So I think those are valuable moments to take. Let me see here. Oh, sorry, that wasn't the 26th. The 26th was actually the opportunity to go to the Caroline Administration Building and visit there and have an opportunity with the balance of council to have a photo op there. Great to get down into that community. Again, the councillor drop-in session was on the 5th. Great to go to Wildrose School Division. Sometimes I get a little leg up on things that are happening there, but it's great to see that information shared with the balance of council. On the 12th, there was the Mayor's Prayer Breakfast. Great to get out with that group in the community, and really, I was very impressed with our MLA and his message that day. I think it brings him in a personal nature with our community and know how important it is for him to be part of this community and serve it and have that support shared right back to him. So it was a very powerful message if you got a chance to hear it. We did go through our spring RMA. I think Councillor Melhoff covered much of that. I was very impressed that we got as much time before the ministers as we did. That's almost unprecedented that I know of, at getting that much access to not only, you know, various branches of the government, certainly ones that are important to projects and concerns that our community has. And I think it bodes well for the future of this community as we go forward. Well, you know, one of the takeaways from the convention was the keynote speaker. Her name was Pamela Barnum. Really a person that was kind of in tune with the messages we send out and how we interact with each other. And I think it was an encouraging and eye-opening experience to hear what she had to say and how we can use those tools to represent our community even better and understand people's positions as well. MPC last week as well, a number of important issues always come up there, and I think the feedback we get there is we always need to do better and be receptive of what the community sensibility is on development. Broadband committee meeting, again, from time to time we get some good news, another moment for good news there. And I would share that today I heard another bit of good news, although earlier on in the day we heard criticisms that business is flocking away from Clearwater County. I heard very distinctly today that we had almost $1 billion new investment in our community. And that is not including the upcoming projects that are coming to build service within our community. So I think Clearwater County is in a very good position. We shouldn't always believe that we are past the best times. I think the best times are right before us and we're right in them right now. So again, that optimism rings true and rings forward, and that's about it for me for today.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Councillor Lloyd? Okay, moving on. Councillor Cermak.
I would like most of the stuff that everybody else is talking about, so I won't go into most of it. I had a great drop-in session on the 13th in our great hamlet of Caroline. I had a full house in their room there. I think I had 14 people or so in there. It was pretty robust. Everybody was quite respectful and everything. I was amazed at how calm and quiet and how they got their point across and were very respectful of everybody in the room, which was really fantastic. And on the 27th of March, we have a senior housing meeting, and we are trying to get some information on a regional housing project. We're trying to get a person that's going to spearhead that and get it together so that we can get some projects in the different areas of our county here. It looks like it's going to be great. I had a bit of a meeting with our MLA, Jason Nixon, on last Friday. And he said there is money available. We just have to get all of our stuff together and see what kind of route we're going to go. And he will certainly help us out if he can. I was at the RMA. I was amazed at how many of the MLAs would take the time and expertise to talk to us. It was fantastic, and they were pretty forthgiving on information and stuff. And I couldn't believe the resolutions that were put forward on the RMA. There were 16 of them, and they were all very well done. I think probably 10 out of the 16 got passed, but every one of them were very well done. And I guess I will be 7:30 tonight at Caroline for the push-in of our new Bush truck that we just had got ordered, and it arrived in Caroline, so I hope everybody else can come and see the push-in. And that's good for me today.
All right, thank you. Moving on then, we'll go to Councillor Northcott.
Yeah, a lot of the stuff I'd attended as well, and at RMA, and yeah, the MLAs, they're surprisingly were very accessible to be able to have those discussions and available to talk with. I did attend a parkland advocacy presentation. It was via Zoom, but advocacy really never stops with the libraries. They're very important amenities to the community, and really, if you try to get a message out, it's be consistent and be in it for the long haul. So to show results. At Alberta Munis, there was a couple of councillors there that spoke for to have better electrical rates in the province of Alberta. So that was good to see. I did attend a drop-in session in Caroline. I had two residents stop in. One of the concerns was the outdoor skating rink, to hopefully see some improvements there for the asphalt surface and the boards and maybe the basketball nets in the future. And the other one was how the land use bylaw rewrite project and Clearwater County's land use bylaws would mend with the village of Caroline, because there's different zoning, different districts. So that'll be interesting to see how that'll all come about. I did attend a broadband meeting, attended a FCSS meeting as well with Councillor Ratcliffe. There's never enough money to go around. Always could use more money. But it would be nice if we could get to the root cause and identify what's really causing the problems in society, so you don't always need more money, but really resolve and have some resolve to the problems. I attended a CAPE board meeting. One of the discussions there was to create more funding for the organization, but there was discussion about a regional business license. So rather than having a municipal business license, you would have a regional business license that would cover for multiple municipalities. It didn't appear from the board that that was something that would be favorable to move forward with, because it would actually take some of the funds away from municipalities, because then they would not be off, permitting those business licenses. But it was a discussion, and I think that's about all I have for now.
Any questions for Councillor Cermak? Or sorry, Councillor Northcott? I'm pleased that the CAPE is talking about a regional business license. I think that's great for awareness, so I'll stay tuned for that, I guess. Moving on then to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I attended a presentation by the Lacombe Planting Group last year, and I was really impressed in the way that they keep their bylaw up to date and current, so that it better serves the people of their community. Like she said, I think there's opportunity to copy some other best practices. With the rest of council, I was in Caroline for that photo, and afterwards we had a bit of a tour of the hub in the library, and I came away with a stronger opinion that there's significant opportunity for growth in Caroline, and also with a feeling of responsibility to support that growth. Then February 27th, there was a open house for the Harbour gravel pit at the golf course. Alberta Transportation had done a very good job of providing information to the community, so there were only a few people that showed up. One comment from one of the organizers that struck me is gravel is getting scarce, and some are looking at bringing rock from the mountain on rail cars. So we are fortunate to have plenty of gravel, which is usually, unfortunately, below not very good farmland. On February 3rd, Reeve and I stood in for the initial meeting of the RMA task force on the backcountry camping fee, which I understand was originally intended to compensate municipalities for their services, and of how we can get some of that. The one of the comments was that the most successful areas in managing backcountry use is where user groups have kind of taken charge of, well, not so much policing, but more of influence in getting people to act responsibly. And yeah, on March 4th, there was a Rural Development Network virtual session on affordable housing. It's an online course. I believe that might have been mentioned last week. And then on the 5th, I attended the Clearwater Trails Initiative, which was the purpose was to get groups and stakeholders together to develop a regional agreement with the province for the developing trails in the backcountry. It was a very interesting afternoon. I also have to say kudos to Jim Duncan for all the great work he does and has done in making this region a great place to live, work, and play. So, and I attended the ICC meeting with councillors Melhoff and the Reeve, and I had a request for what I have lost, more information about FCSS in the budget. So some of you have seen this, but this is our grant tracker, which shows where money has been given currently, the current budget, and where it has been given the last few years. You could pass that down for other interest. I've had a number of emails and conversations about coal development on the eastern slope. And I was also contacted by a Nordig resident about dust in the north subdivisions. That last year they paid to spray on the calcium dust control, which apparently doesn't really work well on limestone. So I'm sure there's going to be more discussion on that. I also attended the prayer breakfast. That was an inspiring way to start the day. Councillor FCSS had a meeting, and we awarded one more grant to a community group. And that evening was also the airport stakeholder meeting. I believe one stakeholder was there. And then at RMA, yes, we met with a number of ministers. We also met with K Division. Something I found interesting there was that they have moved more technology, mobile technology into their cruisers so that less time is spent in the office. So it's making them more effective. One of the presentations at RMA was about an economic development toolkit that they have developed. At the table I was sitting at, they all had regional economic development boards or a committee. And an interesting comment, and something I think we need to look at, is that the municipalities that are close to the larger cities are seeing an influx of younger families, that they want their family to be part of a community. They want their children to be safer than they feel they are in the city. So rural it is. On the 20th, we had MPC just after the RMA. Went through 6 items, special meeting with the town. On the weekend, I had a visit from a couple who were on their way back from a funeral at Uchis. They had lost control of their vehicle on the washboard and came to a stop, headed a different direction. So I had to explain to them how Clearwater County has had money set aside for some time to do that road, and that the province has joined in, and what we need now is the federal government to come to the table. We had a meeting with the energy minister about one of the items being coal. So for the environmental people listening, he was very strong in saying that there will be no approvals of open pit coal mines in the eastern slopes, and that the Mining Modernization Act will require the best technology in the world that manages any environmental impacts, or they would not get a permission to go ahead. I think that was important news. I will stop there.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Northcott, got a question for Councillor Ratcliffe?
No, it's a very informative report there. Thank you very much. I know that a few times throughout the council meeting today, there's been discussion about poor farmland, whether it's lowland or, however, as far as aggregate, it's not always located where it's poor farmland, like Butte Flats. Actually, there's very productive agricultural land there, and there is aggregate reserve as well. But if there is a list of this said poor farmland in Clearwater County, I know many residents, but it's not priced as poor farmland. It's not reflective of the price, but I just wanted to mention that off agricultural land is good for pasture. It doesn't just have to be for cereal crops, but even forested pasture is still very valuable.
Okay. So seeing no other questions for Councillor Ratcliffe, I'll move on then to Councillor Gibson.
Well, excuse me. I led a very quiet life, obviously, because I did not have the meetings definitely that Councillor Ratcliffe did. I did attend the Parkland meeting via Zoom. Discussion was on the outlet libraries, and there's evidently 22 of them. It might be down to 21 now, since I don't know if they took Nordag off the list or not. But they're really looking for municipalities to step up and take some of these outlet libraries on. They also want to advocate Alberta Gaming to change the rules so libraries can receive funds from there. We haven't had an increase in library funding in a number of years from the provincial government, so any funds that we can get would be definitely well received. I attended the RMA in Edmonton. I did not attend the meetings with the ministers. I felt that more important that the sitting councillors for Clearwater should attend those. So I attended the sessions during the conference. Rural Economic Development, found that very interesting. They have a number of advisory committees. They meet monthly or quarterly. It's not all business. It's kind of a mixed bag of individuals, businesses, and community members. Then a rural municipal planning and land use bylaw done by Lacombe County, like Councillor Melham said, very interesting. And then we had 2 bear pit sessions with the ministers. Lots of questions, but very little in the way of answers. And then K Division, I attended with them. Very informative to what they had to say. I have a library meeting with the town of Rocky Mountain House tomorrow, and then the next couple of weeks are going to be busy after that. So that is my report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm not going to repeat what everybody else says, but anyways, February 27th was a Mountain View and Friends and Neighbors Women in Business Awards. Sorry that we had a quick meeting on that, and so those awards were presented on the 27th, or sorry, March 7th, which I will say we had 10 well-deserved nominations from our area, which is fantastic. They also gave kudos to MP Errol Dreeshen, who he was recognized for his 17 years of service. We did attend AB Munis with Councillor Gibson, Cermak, and Northcott. The first day was about civility and politics. Sessions included Common Ground Politics Toolkit, elected officials survey results, mastering conflict in local government, harassment in the council chamber, a legal perspective, and of course preparing for the future of municipal leaders. That was a very interesting day. They only had 8 ministers for their bear pit, whereas we had 17 for RMA, so going forward. So also on the 7th was our local Rocky Chambers Denim and Diamonds Awards night. So congratulations to the nominees and to the winners, and there was also the Egg Society winners and the Clearwater Land Care winners that evening. Rocky Seniors Housing Council had their inaugural strategic planning session. We learned about sustainability planning and also reviewed the governance roles and limitations of the board. Excuse me. Not going to repeat. Yes, ministers at RMA that we met were Gublish, Scow, Jean, Dreschen, Schultz, Lowen, and the RCMPK division. I agree, it was never happened before, and it was nice to be able to sit and have a conversation. And for the most part, we had almost a half an hour with them each, which was great. Following the RMA, I did attend the Brownlee Spring Synergy Luncheon. They had some interesting guest speakers. They had one lady called Dive Through. She has about 27 years old, and she has a mental health drop-in service. So if you're having issues, it's very approachable, everything else. If you're having a bad day, this is something that she's done on her own, and I've seen some success. There was also a family law, she's called One Family Law. She has challenged the legal board, I forget what they're called, and anyways, they call it the sandbox. You throw in your idea, and her idea was that if you have an amicable couple that are going through a divorce, you can hire, it's one couple with one lawyer with one flat fee. So in that way, it expedites, go through the court system actually within 4 to 6 weeks, which they said it was a real benefit to those that had young family. And of course, the founders, sisters of Poppy Barley, they've been in existence since 2012, and their whole deal about made to measure footwear. So you gave your measurements and they supplied them. So yeah, it was more on the fashion end of things, but they were very interesting to talk to. I attended the Premier's Leadership Dinner, 1,500 people in attendance. That evening, Premier Smith introduced us to her list for Prime Minister Carney. That it was well received. So, yeah. And then the next day, I drove to Drumheller for the Red Deer Municipal Users Group meeting, where we updated our bylaws, and there was a presentation from the Eastern Irrigation District, Phase 2 of special areas in Acadia Valley. And then continuing on to the Central Alberta Reeves and Mayors meeting, where we had a presentation from the Community Futures Executive Director. And of course, last night I attended the Caroline Chamber AGM, and their board members were re-elected. Interesting, they have 58 business members. Their medical clinic in 2024 seen approximately 1,772 patients. And of course, the Rocky Chamber Executive Director was there with me as well. And between the two chambers, they will be hosting the candidate forums for our Yellowhead County, or Yellowhead constituency in the coming months. So as the next month through the federal election goes through, so pay attention for those dates, and we'll be able to have those discussions or hear the platforms of those two candidates, which I'm understanding there's only 2 at this time, but who knows who pops up in the next week. So, and that's all for mine. Questions? Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. My comment actually was for Councillor Gibson. You had said that you didn't attend the minister meetings because you felt it was more appropriate for the sitting councillors. My friend, you are a sitting councillor. Do not sell yourself short. You are a sitting Clearwater County councillor, my friend.
No, it's not how I meant to say it. It was they were limited on space. So I chose to have the ones that had the history of Clearwater County to attend, because I knew questions could arise that I would not have the answers to. Yes, I knew that, but sorry how I said it.
Here we go.
Yes.
Here we go. All right, Councillor Cermak?
I'd like to make a motion that we go beyond 4:30.
Okay, motion to go beyond 4:30. All those in favor? That's carried. All right. I would like to, we're concluded our council reports, looking for a motion to accept the councillor verbal reports for information. Councillor. All right, thank you, Councillor Northcott. All those in favor? And that's carried. Looking at the correspondence, there's 4 letters of correspondence there. Any discussion on those other than, go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
I love the one we got from Rick MacGyver. I like the dollar signs he put in there.
Very good. Yes, that was in regards to the amalgamation.
Yes, and the amalgamation, that's quite a few dollars then. And hopefully his purse strings are still open.
There you go. I have a question for CO Emmons. In item 9.2 references the school taxes that are coming up that we are going to have to collect, and the inevitable, what that looks like for our county. Possibly we'll maybe bring this up at the next meeting, but as far as how we relate our taxes to our ratepayers, could we have that on a separate sheet in there when we give it out? So yes, they get ours, but they get a separate sheet with the province, because I think that would be great for transparency, that our ratepayers understand the differences on that. Go ahead.
So actually had an opportunity to discuss that with Mr. Hagan, Director of Corporate Services. And the tax notices, of course, are combined. It does break them out, but there will be an identifier. And that's typical when it gets mailed out. We don't know the impact of this because some properties are up, some are down. So at the end of the day, it's too early to say how this letter will impact each individual. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Raven. You actually led into some of my questions perfectly. Am I reading this accurately when it shows that Clearwater County 14%? Is that a 14% increase in the education requisition, which then shows that the City of Edmonton is only getting a 9% increase, if I'm reading this accurately, and the City of Calgary, where are they on here somewhere? They're only getting, we're at 9 as well, unless I'm reading these requisitions wrong. If we're increasing 14% and they're only 9, are we getting the new schools, not them? Because we're paying for the new school.
Ms. Serhan?
So the amount that's increased is based on the difference also in the assessment base. So it's the same rate for every municipality. The provincial government sets a rate for farm and residential and a rate for non-residential. And they apply that rate to the previous year's assessment base. So not even, like, it's for the municipal levy, it's based on the 2024 assessment base, but the provincial school requisition is based on the year prior, because all of the appeals and everything have been settled. So that is a definite amount of assessment that they can go by. So every property is based on that equalized assessment value, and that is the requisition. So even though Clearwater County is seeing a 14% increase, part of that increase is due to the increase in the assessment base from the prior year.
Follow up?
Yes, please. No, that makes sense, because assessment gave us the presentation today showing that we did have an increase in assessment. So those work together then. But if the assessment the education assessment is based on a year before that because of appeal, then it would stand to reason that they would be basing it on then that year's assessment rate. And we didn't go up 12% last, in the year previous. That's being executed in this year, which means the education one, we should be seeing that increase for next year. So how are they actually calculating that much of an increase when our assessment base did not go up that much? Or are they including the tax holiday that we don't get the funding for in their assessment?
No. So, Clearwater County did see an increase in their assessment base in 2023 also. Their rates did increase also, so everyone saw an increase, so that's why you'll see Edmonton and Calgary is seeing a 9% increase, whereas Clearwater County is seeing 14, so that 14 versus that 9, when you compare those, the difference would be the assessment base difference. I can't say for sure that 8% or 9% is the total amount due to the rate increase, but there is a base rate increase and then there is assessment increases also. So part of it's due to the government increasing the rate that they're charging. They haven't changed that rate for a very long time. They've been, their revenue that they've been collecting for those property taxes for the school requisition was based solely on, the increases were based solely on growth in the various municipalities. This is the first year they've done a rate increase for a number of years.
And sorry, Reeve, if I may, thank you. And I'm sure that when you bring the mill rate and all of the background that goes with that, you can dive into deeper what this actually means to individual residents.
Absolutely.
Because I'm sure even the town of Rocky Mountain House, who's looking at a 12% increase, is also going to be heavily their residents are going to be heavily impacted by this. And I don't think that the town's assessment has gone up 12% either. So I'm looking forward to having that more holistic, how it impacts our individual residents when you bring the mill rate and
the biggest increase is on the non-residential, and because our non-residential assessment base increased even more, our ratepayers actually won't see a huge change in this coming in 2025, but 2026, Clearwater County's portion of that school requisition will increase substantially based on the new assessment that was given that tax holiday.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Northcott?
There's been a couple of new schools built in Clearwater County. One, I think, just right in front of Councillor Law. He gets to enjoy the view of a brand new school. But it's a beautiful school. But I think some of the Alberta government needs more funds, right? So there was, the Alberta's Calling campaign. It did get a lot of people to increase the population in the province, which then increases the demand for new schools and more schools. So here we are, we're all going to pay more taxes. So
there we go. All right, if there's nothing more on the correspondence, I will look for a motion to accept all the correspondence for information. Okay, Councillor Cermak. All those in favor? That's carried. Now moving on to notices of motion, and I believe this one is for Councillor Ratcliffe to read out his notice of motion. Go ahead when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Great.
Okay, this isn't something I feel a great deal of ownership for. It's just an opportunity for us to, at relatively low cost, get information from around a specific question, get information from our residents. So the motion is that council include non-binding vote of the electors' questions in Clearwater County's 2025 municipal election, and the questions will be selected by council. I would hope that if we have some questions with some controversy, that we might actually get a better voter turnout for people wanting to be heard.
Okay, thank you for that. That will be coming to April. That motion will be coming back to the April 8th regular council meeting. So, thank you. Looking at the agenda, is there anything else on the agenda? Oh, yes, we do. We have to go back to our meeting minutes for review. So looking for a motion to lift the tabled item. Okay, thank you, Councillor Melhoff. We'll lift the item off the table, which is the adoption of the minutes. All those in favor? That's carried. Okay. So as we've gone through the day and through those minutes, I would then ask Councillor Melhoff, would there would be a amendment to those meetings, correct? Go ahead.
Reeve, honestly, I don't think I think to change the minutes would be futile, because we've made motions subsequent to that would override those anyway at this point. It would have been more important had it been correct 2 weeks ago. So I just don't think I think it's futile, and it's just something that I can watch for going forward, that if motions are adjusted midway through, that I watch to make sure it's still representative of what my original motion had intended going forward. But I would make the motion to adopt the minutes as presented.
Okay. Motion to adopt the regular council meeting minutes as presented. Any other comments or questions? I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. Now looking back at the last motion of the day, which is adjournment. Who would like to make that? Okay, Councillor Northcutt makes that motion to adjourn. All those in favor? Thank you.